Well done.
Okay, Renee, me, we'll go now then.
Well done.
Okay, Renee, me, we'll go now then.
Well done.
Okay, Renee. I'll better pause the video. Don't need that playing. Hear myself twice.
I was going to say, how many times do we have to hear it?
No, once is enough.
Twice is enough.
What is that saying? Once a night or something?
Anything more than once a night's being greedy? Or a lot of fun, one or the other? I don't know.
Just because you don't have stamina, Peter.
Really?
I better pull it out so you can hear me.
That's what she said.
How's it?
Peter takes all night. Peter takes all night to do once what he once used to do all night.
You know, I was just about to say the very same thing. What was that? The oldest swinger in town?
Yeah, that's it, Dave. Once a king, always a king.
I can't remember
but
who
once a
sung
night.
it.
Phil, Professor Phil is in the peanut gallery saying hello.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, Prof.
Hello?
In chat.
Yeah.
Where's that damn video?
I don't know.
Did he put it in any other vids?
Peter with
DM
no
it to me.
stamina. Good on you, Fred.
Okay, good then. Other vids or stream homework? Scrolling. Homework. Oh, wait a minute. This might be it. We have permission to use this for the show. You would only need to use bits of it though, as it's quite long. Oh, that one goes for 32 minutes. 2 minutes is not too bad. Fighting method of most soldiers, one-handed spear and a shield. And Alan said we got permission to use somehow. Alan's not here. Said we have permission, so take his word for it. Hi, Huey.
Good day, Terry. How you doing?
I'm relaxing.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I should try that sometime.
I've been tinkering down the shed all afternoon. Done my bit.
I hope you're not making a bomb in there.
A bomb? No.
No, you shouldn't do that.
Hello, I'm here with Marianne at the Tremonia Fechtschule, which is a fight camp, a HEMA camp near Dortmund in Germany. And I've been teaching one-handed spear. Now, why would anyone use a one-handed spear? Because as we all know, swords and axes and maces, they're all much cooler and more popular weapons to learn in HEMA. Well, one of the reasons that you might want to use it is to reenact how most people used to fight in the past, because throughout the Stone Age people fought with spears, and then the Bronze Age started, and that went on for century after century of people fighting with spears and shields. You look at pictures of Sumerians, Babylonians and all the rest of it, and spear and shield, they love it. And then the Iron Age started, in which case one-handed spear and shield was the most popular weapon. Then you got the ancient period, in which case it was one-handed spear and shield, and then early medieval period it was one-handed spear and shield. And you begin to see a pattern, right? Throughout the entirety of the past, this has been the main weapon used by a soldier against another soldier. So I think it's reasonable to imagine that there was a good reason for that. They weren't all idiots, so this must work. And yet, if you ever hold a spear in two hands, like this, and generally I would put my strong hand, I'm right-handed in front, you find that you can be quite vigorous with it, and you've got a lot of power and so forth. And if you hold a spear in one hand, everything's so much slower and weaker, and you might think, well, this is rubbish. Well, you only ever use a one-handed spear in conjunction with a shield. So it's this combination that's really good. Now, before I get into the business of hitting people, I'm going to talk about the way that one might hold a spear. Now, a lot of people conjecture that this is the way to hold a spear, and I would agree that this is the best way to hold a spear if you're just about to throw it. If I want to throw this as hard and as far as I possibly can, this is where I will hold it, in the middle, at its point of balance, with my palm towards me and the thumb pointing towards the rear. Okay, so I'm going to call this the overhand grip. But in melee, if I want to hang on to my spear and fight opponent after opponent, there are lots of really big drawbacks. Now, the biggest advantage of this big long stick is that it's long, it's reach. So if he's got a sword or an axe or a mace or whatever, and I've got a spear, I should outreach him. But if I hold it in the middle here, actually, by the time I'm in range of him, he's in range of me. What's the point of having this big long stick if I don't make use of its range? I can't thrust very far forwards because of the problem of the way my wrist works. You may be anatomically eccentric, but I'm going to imagine that you're probably similar to me in that you can cock your wrist that way towards the little finger a lot further than you can cock it the other way towards the thumb. I can get maybe 75 degrees that way and maybe 15 degrees on a good day that way. I have actually hurt my wrist yesterday doing a knife disarming class, so I'm not quite at my peak. Anyway, this comes into play. So as I try to thrust horizontally, very quickly I run out of suppleness in my wrist. And if I just carry on with my arm now, that happens. I can't get any further than that. It just goes down into the ground. If I want it to carry on, I have to drop my shoulder out of position. I've got a little bit more there. If I want to go further than that, though, I have to then drop my whole body. This is really, really awkward. So reach is a big, big problem, and you're just throwing it away. Another thing is, this is the point of balance, which is likely to be actually shifted forward a bit because the heaviest bit of a spear is the spear head. So most of this is sticking out the back as a great big counterweight. So if my opponent adopts this stance against me, so if you come at me, right, now if I knock that, the back end of his spear is acting as a counter. It's making it easy for me to do this. It's really easy for me to knock his spear out of the way. So all that counterbalancing spear out the back is to his disadvantage. Another thing is parrying. No, actually, if you could try, yeah. So I'm going to attack him. Actually, drop the shield for a moment. Right. So I'm going to attack him with an underarm thrust. And how can he parry? How can he block it? You've got that, yeah, and that's it. You've got one movement. It's short. It's weak. If I try to resist it, I will probably win because I've got a much stronger spear position here. I can go in, and even if it works, how can he now counterattack? His spear point's pointing over there. It's not threatening me in the slightest, where I could come back and attack again. The underarm has far more options that way. Plus, direction. I can stab down at him, and that's it. I've got one attack direction, which is down.
This is that video you said was okay to play, Alan.
Yeah, I told the guy we'd be watching it on Wednesday, but never mind. And the other channel, I've just got a message back from. Yeah, we can look at his videos as well. So that is good.
Yeah, I thought we'd watch this one because I had a quick squeeze through it And in relation to being ancient technology, I didn't think it quite fitted exactly to the point of the technology part of it, more to do with the fighting and the usage. If it was how to make a spear or how to make a shield, that would class it to me to be more in the technology side of it, as I thought.
He's got some videos on. I think he's got a video on. He's certainly got a video on how to make a sling.
Right.
You know, the worry around the stone and let it go thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think he might have a video on making a spear, or at least on the technology, on how spears are constructed.
Yeah.
And as you move a bit further up, he's also got some videos on making a set of harness.
Okay. Oh, that's
a set of harness is plate armor.
Right.
Some video on making plate armor.
Okay.
And
he's got plenty. And he's got plenty of these videos of formations or fighting styles or things like that.
He's got bits of this. He does. He has the channel is a bit eclectic. There's a load of stuff. I really like listening to him talk. Although he's a bit like me, he digresses a lot. But yeah, he's got quite a lot of military history videos, and he's a bit eclectic. He does a lot of different stuff.
Well, he's given us some information here that I found interesting for the usage of the spear. To extend the spear out, you've only got so much reach, and as you were saying, you can counterbalance of the weight. You can knock it out of the way. So it'll be interesting to see what he comes up with after this bit. I'll continue on. If anyone wants to stop at any time and discuss anything, stop it.
Yeah. So he's only got one to worry about. But underarm, I can stab in all sorts of different directions, including if I want to, I can go high. If I want to get up here, I can just do that. It works absolutely fine. And that's almost as strong a thrust. And if I shift my hand back here and brace with my elbow, I can hold the spear like this all day. This doesn't take much effort. And look how much range I've got now against the guy with the overarm spear. I'm hopelessly out of his range. So this has lots of advantages. One being, look how much volume of air I can sweep in front of me, so I can actually usefully parry. And this is hugely important if I'm in a group. So if there's a guy here and there's a guy here, I can keep them safe by blocking the spears of several guys in the opposing line that might threaten them. So as a team member here, I'm really useful. Whereas here I can't sweep anything like as big an area, and I can only do so weakly. Don't forget also that on the back end of a spear, you generally had a sharp ferrule, so there's a sharp point on this end. Now, if I'm keeping it here, it's reasonably safe for me and for the guy behind me. But if I'm holding it like this and it's being knocked all over the place, that spear, that you can have someone's eye out with that. Dangerous. Okay, so this is why I say that most of the time they probably use spears like this, and I can very easily get him in the foot, so I can constantly threaten his foot. Whereas with the overarm, my feet are either out of range or you can see I'm going to win this fight. There's no contest. When it comes to threatening feet, and I can threaten low and go high, feint one way. I've got so many more options, and I can parry and counter. This is just a much, much better way of using a spear. Now, this is not particularly long. This is I'm 6'3", so this is maybe a 6'6" stick. Typically, a spear would be more like 8 feet long, in which case the contrast with this is even greater, and you can rake spears of the enemy, threatening a huge volume of air in front of you. Right, so now, that's why you would use it underarm. Now with a shield, yes. Now with a shield, I can threaten down there, in which case, if he drops the shield in order to block, look how much of himself he's exposing. If I'm a member of a team, I do this, okay, I don't get him, but one of my teammates now gets him. He's exposed there, so perhaps the guy to my right, he was standing here, and he's watching what's happening, and he goes, aha, and he gets him. So, when you're fighting in a line with many, many people, it's almost never the guy opposite you who gets you. But I can constantly be threatening him and forcing him to defend himself, move about, and keeping him busy, which by so doing, I'm keeping the guys next to me safe from him because he's busy defending himself from me. And all the time, I'm not actually intent on killing him. I'm in my peripheral vision, I'm watching the guy to his right because I reckon that he's waiting for an opening further down the line. And when he goes for it, I can go, ha, like that. I can maybe threaten him and skewer that guy there. There was, oh yes, now, one thing, however, that we can demonstrate with one-handed spear and shield is that for dueling, it's rubbish. Let's duel. Okay, right. So we come in, and it's actually pretty difficult to get. If I go that way, he can see that. If I go that way, you can see it. I can blind him temporarily. This fight could go on forever. And in the Iliad, when the heroes duel, they start off with spears, but they quickly throw them. Oh, nearly got him there. They quickly throw them, and they go in with their swords because for dueling, this really is rubbish.
The previous evening, I had staged an experiment to demonstrate this point.
Duel and see how long it takes for someone to score a hit. Legs allowed. Legs allowed, yeah. So, anyone seen any good films? Anyone know any jokes? Does anyone bring a book, maybe? Ever? I mean, I suppose eventually one of them will die of malnutrition.
More science now as I demonstrate how much better sword and shield is when dueling.
Okay. Do this good. Yeah, right. I got a glance to the ankle, he got a sword in the belly. Not in the belly, in the back. Okay. Do this top.
Slash across the belly there. Just a leg hit, granted, but we were taking all hits as fight ending.
Between my legs.
You're not fertile any longer.
Okay.
Doesn't get much closer than that, but a miss is a miss.
Oh, keeping his spear back, doing tactics, how dare you!
The point of this is not to show you that I am great, but to show you that my weapons give me a massive advantage. Not a great hit by me, I'll admit.
Took a bit more doing.
Und glaubt es auch noch.
Okay.
So, one-on-one, sword and shield beats spear and shield almost every time. However, when closing with a group of spearmen, the swordsman will expose his flanks to the spears of the men either side of him.
See this guy here with a little heater? I'm going to kill that guy. Yeah, he won't. Remember, guys, prodding. Prodding. Okay, prodding. All right. He was lucky. I'm going to kill this guy with a round shield. All right. I'm going to kill this guy, this mean-looking guy in the black hoodie. Okay. Okay, I got him, but I got killed. Okay. At no time was I ever killed by the guy I was fighting. I hope people noticed that. I was always killed by someone else.
Just a flesh wound.
My sponsor for this video is ExpressVPN, and I'm rather glad to be sponsored by them again. I'm also a little bit surprised, but also a little bit impressed, given how, shall we say, candid I was in an earlier video about certain limitations of VPNs. So, what's that? What is a VPN and what has it got to do with spears? Stay tuned for what it's got to do with spears. But as for what it is, well, it's a virtual private network. You see, you exist with your computer in your home somewhere or your office or wherever, and you send a message via your internet service provider via loads of different nodes to the website you're trying to access, and then the message comes back via loads of different nodes, but you don't know where those nodes are. You know, via that node. But some people like to feel a little bit more in control, and they also don't like the whole of the web knowing where they are in the world.
How long does this go
with
for?
ExpressVPN, 3
About 5
months
minutes,
for
I think.
free. Germany. But if you pretend to be in Germany via VPN, what else was I supposed to say? Oh yes, I'm also supposed to say that it works on all sorts of different. I'd like to think that very few of my fellow countrymen have been so stupid as to try to connect a router to their computer. It's not fair. I can't see one of the many available streaming services because it's not working. Yes, you've connected a router to your computer. He said to connect and a P and an E and nothing. Sorry.
Right, so here we have two shield walls. We're going to fight each other. And one thing that I think people liked about this formation is that it involved an awful lot of not dying. Observe how we do not all drop dead immediately, because our shields and our spears keep us safe. Now, observe also how this brute with a particularly long spear is menacing me. But whilst I'm defending myself, I'm looking at that guy, because he was open. So there was my target. Now, as I'm dealing with this guy, I'm actually looking for an opening to my right, or maybe the left. Maybe it'll come there. It didn't. Right. Now then, maybe meanwhile this mean guy with this guy with the heater, maybe he's actually looking at this guy to my right, thinking, I see an opening coming, and maybe he goes to the guy to my right. But I keep that guy safe by raking it down, raking it. Don't you dare, I'm raking it up. Don't you dare hate my friend. Okay. Meanwhile, everyone is doing the same with their fellows, and still we're all still sort of alive. Okay, now. Let's try to kill each other. Obviously, we can't go for faces because that would be dangerous. We're all still alive. Oh, off him. They have closed the gap up. We were too close. He is dead. Right, there are only two of them. Let's get in there. Once we're close. Once you're close, the spear is a liability. Let's demonstrate that. So we get back to where we were. Step to your left a bit. Right. Oh no, this guy here has just died. There is now a gap in our line, and maybe I was busy over here and didn't notice it. And maybe one of their guys thinks, oh look, a gap. Let's charge into that gap. He charges it. That's it. He drew his sword. And I'm dead.
Alright, everyone wants to participate in the tournament.
Point is that he has to go to something slow. If I'm up against this guy, I managed to get past him, and I still got a spear, this is a really slow turn, and he might come. This length of this spear is a huge liability. And if this is a formation of troops with other ranks here, being in a formation with this great big long thing is just an invitation to be killed. And whilst I'm on that topic, there is an idea commonly cited that the way people fought was not only with, we all go to this, overarm, but was with push of shield. So they would actually come right up to each other, and they would shove like this. Push and push and push and push. And if you don't mind, I've got. Oh, okay, stop, guys. Stop. I can swap over here so I can talk to the camera. Can you take my place? Right. I put it to you, this is an untenable position. Why doesn't he just spear me in the face? Why don't I just spear him in the face? Or the guy behind him in the face? In fact, why don't I just ditch this entirely, draw my knife and kill him and kill him? Well, one reason is he might do it faster. When you're that close to someone, the first person to go to a shorter weapon wins. And in the ancient world, people didn't have much neck protection. So the ancient Greeks just pushing against each other like that. There have been an awful lot of slit throats in the first few seconds of the battle. And people are not suicidal. When people fight normally, the normal thing you do is you get to about range, and then you hesitate. And then you prod, trying to keep safe, hoping that the guy opposite you is going to be killed by somebody else. Because no one wants to die. Oh, there you go, he got me. So, this is how I think most ancient battles happened. I don't think they just crashed into each other, though we can demonstrate what happens when we try that. Most of the time, I think they came to measure, and then there was a prodding match. We read in history after history that battles lasted hours, sometimes all day, and you can't have thousands of people fighting constantly all day and no one dying unless they're doing something that's really keeping them safe, like not being within weapon range of the opposition and hiding behind big, heavy shields and being in deep formation so that when you get tired at the front, you can be replaced by a fresh guy behind you and the battle can carry on. I said we'd talk about bashing through. So, what we can do is form up on the biggest psycho in, that's you by the way, the biggest psycho in the unit, and he charges in, and I right decide to keep him alive. He gets through, and does he kill them all? Oh, maybe he does. No, he didn't. But he might have. And the point is, it is possible to smash through a formation if you form into a wedge, a Schweinberg, a boar's head. It is possible, but against spears, the guy at the front has got to be one hell of a psycho, because as he goes forwards, he's got so many spears coming at him from the sides that he's very, very likely to be skewered. And don't forget, in a large battle, there's a second rank, so even if he smashes past these guys, he's got the second rank, and maybe the third, fourth, fifth to worry about. So most people are not in a hurry to die, so most people will not go smashing in to a formation. There is, of course, one big exception to this, and that is the guys who were using these. In the height of the imperial period, you had professional, heavily armored legionaries with the pilum, and they would, we believe, throw the heavy pilum at maybe this sort of distance, just a few yards, and then all they've got is a short sword then, and they have to get in. It's vital, but they're so professional that they're completely convinced that the guys either side of them are going to follow them in, because if one goes in on his own, he's dead. But if they all throw their peeler at close range and then immediately charge to a short sword gladius range, then maybe you can start stabbing, destroying the enemy and winning the day. So if you've got a highly trained professional army of guys who absolutely have confidence in the guys next to them, that can work. But in the later Roman period, they stopped doing that, and they also had less professional armies, and I do not think that these two things are coincidental. Super slowly, guys. No, nothing above the chest for hits, okay? And we're just prodding, okay? We're just prodding. This is just an experiment. We're all playing nicely. So.
When I was teaching, I got people to first try without shields or masks. Later we tried with shields, although we didn't have quite enough for everybody. Listen to the clacks of the spears as well as the thuds against shields. The spears are doing a lot of the defending.
Robert, fühlst du dich wie ein Lieblingsziel?
Here we go again.
After a few goes, we were able to ramp up the aggression a bit, and people started to show some initiative.
The opportunity lasts like 2 seconds. It's there. Good hit. Okay. Whoa.
This was an exercise in threatening the front foot of your opponent. The main point I wanted to get across was to not plant all your weight on your front foot, because you have to keep it mobile. Actually, parries with your spear will usually keep your foot safe, and if someone does keep thrusting at your foot, you can try stamping on his spear to break it. But that wasn't an option for us. So, now everyone wearing masks. People were allowed to feint low and go high for the face, or feint high and go for the foot. I don't think anyone got hit in the foot. The foot is a small, mobile target down on the ground and hard to reach without exposing yourself. Not many face hits either, mind. Thighs, torsos and shoulders tend to make the best targets. Now I want to draw your attention to an absolute cracker of a hit. Note that this chap has fallen back a bit behind the rest of his line, so he's not giving much cover to his neighbour here. This chap spots the opportunity and with one accurate jab, bam, dead centre of head. Let's see it again. Oh, marvellous.
Now, one of the glories of a center grip shield is that you can hold it way out in front of you and defend a very large volume of space in front of you. But there is a drawback, which is that if I whack the outside of it, it opens it up for another guy to take advantage. And so that's another thing you can do. But I do not believe people would ever really smash into opposing shields with much force, which is something that reenactors try because they've got blunt, safe things. But of course, if this is a sharp spear and that's a wooden shield, that's a really great way to get your spear stuck. So I think most of the time they were actually just prodding, not hard enough to get their spears stuck. They're just constantly threatening because they wouldn't want that to happen. And that's one of the problems with another, thank you gentlemen, with another conjectured way of fighting, because with this overarm technique, what you can do is throw it forwards and then catch the end like that. Of course, as soon as you do catch the end, it's going to fall down unless you're incredibly strong. Some, for instance, the lizard killers that the ancient Greeks had, they do have a couple of ridges that you might be able to catch reasonably easily. Otherwise, the normal spear just has a spike on the end, which is quite smooth. So there's no physical evidence that they ever did that. But that is a possibility. You could do that sort of spearman and capture technique. We cannot experiment with this safely, however, because there's just no way with a full weight stick you can safely, even if they've got fencing masks on, I would not want people throwing these full speed, full weight straight into people's faces. So we cannot try that one out. Personally, I think that someone probably did try that. If they saw an opportunity, if they were perhaps defending a wall and they felt safe for a moment and they saw there was someone who was just out of reach, but maybe if they did that, they could get him, then maybe they did it. But I can't myself believe that was ever the main way of using spears. As soon as you've recaptured the spear, you're so weak and vulnerable having to get it back. On the other hand, with an underarm technique, I can very quickly retreat to half distance. So if someone is looking as though he might break through the line through a gap here, let's say, I could perhaps go to half distance, and I can threaten low and high with this very effectively. Incidentally, if you've got it overarm, the threatening low and high is much weaker and slower and just rubbish. Now then, we've got 3 against 3 here. I would say that with 3 people, it's worth forming a shield wall. With 2, though, I'd say it's time to go to some other weapon like your sword. But with unequal numbers, one side can have a longer line and of course threaten the flanks of the other. And what tended to happen was that people would duck behind their shields. So I want to keep my shield to my left, he wants to keep his shield to the left, and so ancient armies tended to wheel about a bit in this direction because no one wanted the guy to expose himself. So that's a common thing that's written about in the sources where large formations of troops tended to wheel around like that, with each guy trying to stay behind his shield safely.
In aid of science, I experimented by pitting one-handed against two-handed spears. The one-handed should have won, and probably would have in a world that had missile weapons in it, but these HEMA fighters were all fixated on the person in front, and the team with the shields did not take full advantage of how vulnerable the shieldless fighters are from their sides. We tried twice, and the two-handed team won both times, but had a much harder time of it the second time after I'd given the shieldies a bit of a talking to. You have to attain the skill of attacking using your peripheral vision.
Oh!
Get out there!
It's invincible! Somebody shit up! Hello! Anybody there? Oh! What's that? Ah!
Okay, I'm deaf on this ear now.
That was interesting.
Wasn't it? I mean, it's not necessarily completely correct, but I think his hypotheses are very sound. Because mostly soldiers really don't want to die.
No.
So given a situation where you can be seen to be doing your part, but with minimal personal, with the minimum or minimized personal risk, seems like it is going to be what everybody does.
Yeah, I think I've tried watching some of his videos before, but they do get a little bit odd.
He likes to digress.
Oh yes.
I think one of his that you would like is his can a company of anti-tank guns hold off 100 Panzers?
Yeah, I've seen some of his stuff about tanks,
while completely surrounded.
Yeah, I have to say I'm not a great fan of his style. He does seem a little bit I don't know, don't quite know what the word is, but I struggle to watch his videos, to be honest.
Oh well.
But yeah, that's the way it goes, isn't it?
Can't please everybody, can you?
Correct. I mean, Christ, some of the stuff that the guys at the Tank Museum put out are like, oh no, I ain't gonna bother with this one.
Yeah, I mean,
they don't always get it right.
Yeah, and he was nice enough to let us watch it.
Oh yeah, no, appreciate that. It's good that he said yes, sure. I suppose that increases his audience.
Yeah, you better put him below the videos to show that he.
Oh, I will do.
When we're finished.
Yeah.
I'm sure I've seen people doing that, but they had a foam leathery thing on the end, like a boxing glove attached to the end of it, so they could actually make contact.
Yeah, they do sometimes. They have all sorts of they have like you say foam swords, with a sort of like a stick with a foam outline on it, so they can actually bash each other. And there's two different types of it as well, because you have the HEMA people, which was what that was, where they are interested in actually reenacting what, or take, you know, doing the stuff that they used to do in a historically accurate way. And then there's the LARPers, or live action role play, where it's real life Dungeons and Dragons, or, you know, Lord of the Rings or whatever. And you're going out there to actually essentially bash up the other team, although again with blunted and softened weapons. So
I was just looking on his channel.
yeah, Matt Easton's also given us the go ahead to look at his stuff.
Have we got any?
That's that other channel that I put up. He's just done a very similar thing about spears, to be honest. Let me find his channel. Oh,
so how would you make a sword, Terry?
Pardon?
How would you make a sword, Terry?
Sword?
Yeah.
A metal one or a wooden one?
A metal one. I doubt very much whether you're going to get very far fighting with a wooden sword, dude.
Oh, I could
okay, so you're in this big battle, and you want the best sword you can have. What are you going to make it? How are you going to make it?
Depends how much time I've got.
I guess you want to be really prepared, so you've got plenty of time.
Oh, I'd forge it.
What does that mean?
Getting the metal, forging the metal out of, making the metal out of the raw materials, and then forging it and then blacksmithing it and pounding it and all that stuff.
Yeah. So why would you do that?
Because then I could make
just trying to get to the nitty gritty of you know, like ancient technologies of sword making and stuff like that. Why they did things like that?
Well, you want your sword to be durable and to be sharp.
Yeah. Okay. So you wouldn't just like pour a lump of metal into a mold and then
no, I wouldn't
take
do
it
that.
out and fight with it. Why?
Then that'd be a cast sword.
Yep. And
I wouldn't have a cast sword because it'd just break.
Yeah, just snap, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So what does forging do?
It bonds all the internal bits of the metal into itself, there's a word for it. I can't think of it at the moment.
Is it tempering?
Yeah, like tempering it.
Yeah, there's different things. Tempering is one thing. What's tempering is where you heat it up and repeatedly cool it down.
Yeah.
Don't you? You sort of quench it. That's tempering, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that's one thing. Or there's another thing called work hardening.
That's where you bash. That's where you keep bashing at it.
You keep bashing it and you keep bashing it.
Oh, that's yeah, like Japanese swords were made that way, weren't they? Where they folded the metal and
that's a different thing. That's even that's a different thing. That's the next level yet. So the first stage they did was like they made swords by pouring it into a mold and fighting, and they soon found out that all you need to do is give your sword a decent whack and they break, and then they're useless. Of course, right?
Back then that only worked for bronze swords anyway, because I'm pretty sure we couldn't melt iron properly to form cast iron until the Bessemer process around about the start of the 19th century, or even into the 19th century.
Yeah. So the next level was that they found out that they could make their swords tougher by forging them, or like heating them up to glowing red and then bashing them, sort of working them and keep repeatedly shaping them and bashing them. And what this does is that it actually creates small defects in the metal, which makes it a lot harder. It makes it a lot less likely to actually break when you get these defects in the metal, because the crystalline structure of the metal won't shear through one big plane of lined up atoms, basically. So if you get these defects within the metal, then that makes it much less likely to break, which is what you do when you bash it a lot. And so the Japanese then took it to the next level, where they would bash their metal out really thin and then sort of roll it up or fold it over, heat it up and bash it out really thin again. And by doing this, they could really work harden it. And they'd end up with swords that were really, really hard and durable and wouldn't break. I just thought that'd be an interesting sort of spin on ancient technologies of how they actually made these swords and stuff.
Yeah, well, we were looking at the blacksmithing of metals, which we didn't really find one that we could watch to do that, where they're actually making a sword scratch, so to speak. Hard to find a video. We watched forge. We were watching a bit of forging and stuff.
Yeah, a lot of people know what to do. Like, they know that doing that makes it harder and more durable, but they don't sort of know why.
There's a word annealing too. I think that's a word that something to do with metal. I forget if that's part of it or not. No, Pip said, but this isn't the ancient thingy stream. Laugh out loud, hence I was a bit confuddled. No, Pip, we're not really doing the ancient technologies tonight. This is just the in-between. Well, we can digress into other areas like what we just watched then. Something along the lines of, but not so much the actual technology. Did you find that other channel, Alan?
Yeah, we have permission to use the other channel. I'm just trying to find. There is some. The trouble is, he puts out like a couple of videos a week.
Oh, okay.
So there is a ton of content on there, and he covers everything from ancient right through to modern. So finding.
Well, if you give us the link and we can share it internally here to the panel, everyone can have a look as I scroll through.
Yeah, I'm just thinking where is it? Right. I'll stick it in the Zoom chat. You'll just have to copy and paste it to get the into a.
Can't copy it. Can't copy internal chat stuff.
Sorry, can't you not copy the internal chat?
No. But you can put in the outside show.
I'll stick it in the Discord. I'll stick it in the
Any
stream
other
homeworks.
Oh, okay, stream homework. Yeah.
That's the list of his videos.
Can you edit this by sorting? Not sword fighting. Doing it for a while, 6 years.
Yeah.
What about some of these other videos you got? They just narrating with some information.
He basically, because he's a collector and a dealer in antiques, he basically just has a lot of stuff, and he'll pick up. He'll talk about particular types of weapons, and very often he'll actually have one in his hand to show you. So he'll talk about the
Oh, that's right. That will
weight and the balance, and
we were looking at the throwing of the Roman
the
Fulham the other day. Yeah. Clubbing your musket.
like I said, there is some stuff.
Yeah, you'd have to go through it all. Got one. At least they only run for a few minutes, 10 minutes average.
Yeah, his videos run kind of like just about the right length of time, mostly.
I wouldn't know which one of these to use.
Oh.
Something about a crossbow. I like crossbows.
Yeah.
No, he's just
Like I
about
said,
the actual.
it's
Yeah, he's just talking about the actual weapons mainly. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, a lot of the time he's talking about there is some. Um,
How about a medieval crossbow? How they work? Ancient Greek helmets. We were looking at helmets the other day. Ten best medieval weapons. There we go.
Hey folks, Matt Easton here, Scholar Gladiatoria. Let's have a look at the 10 best medieval weapons. Well, first of all, what do I mean by best? And secondly, what do I mean by medieval? So for the purposes of this video, medieval I will call 1000 AD to 1500 AD. Okay, that's the kind of high to late medieval period. In terms of best, what I'm qualifying these top 10 as are the weapons that I consider made the biggest impact on the medieval battlefield. That is, in other words, they were the most successful and had the most influence. So in at number 10 we have the humble dagger. This dagger was a specialised fighting weapon, obviously for close range, and it came in many different forms, and that's a bit of a cop-out, I have to admit. I could have broken this down into rondel daggers, bollock daggers, analaces, all sorts of other types of dagger, but generally speaking, because it's in at number 10, I thought it had to be in there. So let's just say the dagger. I differentiate it from a knife because a knife is generally speaking also utilitarian, used in other activities such as cookery or hunting, but the dagger is specifically a fighting weapon, usually predominantly a stabbing or thrusting weapon. In the 13th century we see knights regularly starting to wear daggers on the other sides to their swords, and these were the weapons which would be used in grappling range, in wrestling range, and are very important in getting past or getting around armour, which is quite a difficult task in itself, and often swords weren't up to the job when it came into grappling range. In at number 9 is the hand axe, the one-handed axe, and whilst these weren't incredibly important on the medieval battlefield, they were, however, used over a broad period of time. We see them in the so-called Viking era, or the late kind of Dark Ages, as some people would call it, the earlier medieval period, and often they took the place of a sword where someone didn't necessarily have access to a sword or couldn't afford a sword. Obviously, generally speaking, axes were cheaper to make than swords. You can make a functional axe relatively easily, relatively cheaply, and so therefore they often stood in the place of as a sidearm, that is a weapon that you wore at your side and as a backup weapon to your primary or main weapon. So very often they weren't necessarily a main battlefield weapon, but nevertheless they were quite ubiquitous and they're found across a very broad area. And in the late medieval period we see adaptations of them that are specialised for armoured fighting, and were used sometimes by horsemen, sometimes by people on foot, and in fact they could have very expensive, very high status versions which were used for fighting in armour against other people in armour. In at number 8 is the two-handed axe or poleaxe. I've rolled these two in together because I see them as related weapons. At the beginning of our period, if we look at, for example, the Battle of Hastings, 1066, we see these housecarls using these big two-handed axes in the Bayeux tapestry, and they use them to bring down horses and to fight against opponents on foot as well. And these were quite iconic, important weapons of the time, the kind of shock and awe weapons, and they wouldn't have been used by themselves. They would have been used alongside people using swords and shields, spears and shields, and indeed archers as well. And so So they were one particular weapon that were used by a particular type of soldier for a particular role. But nevertheless, large two-handed axes like this continued in use right the way through the 11th, 12th and 13th centuries, and by the 14th century we see them starting to take on a new form with additional spikes and hammers so that they'll be more useful for fighting against armoured opponents. As the armour increased, the weapons adapted and evolved to suit the armour, so that we see hammers and spikes and top spikes and bottom spikes added so that the armoured opponent has more tools in his toolbox to fight against the other armoured opponent. In at number 7 we have the halberd and the bill. I've rolled these two in together because they fulfil a very similar role and were used in a similar role. They're both what we would call pole arms or pole weapons. They're longer than the pole axe, they're longer than the two-handed axe, and we could say that they were more influential on the medieval battlefield. Indeed, some armies were utterly specialised in their use. The English famously made great use of the bill, and halberds were very popular in Germany, Austria and Switzerland. Both weapons are able to chop and to thrust, so they have the thrusting ability of a spear, the chopping ability of an axe, and both of them have some degree of hooking ability as well, which is very useful not only against mounted opponents that are attempting to bring either their horses down by trapping their legs, hooking their legs, or indeed by pulling riders off horses, but also very useful in line against other opponents on foot, infantry, in order to hook shields, hook opposing weapons, hook people's limbs as well. So these weapons with their thrusting, chopping and hooking abilities are very, very versatile, and particularly from the late 14th century onwards we see them having an increasingly important role on the battlefield, such that by the Renaissance, by the 16th century, we see halberds and bills being incredibly numerous and important on the battlefield. In at number 6 we have the first missile weapon, that is projectile weapon of this list, and it is the crossbow or arbalète. And this is quite simply a combination obviously of a bow and a stock. It was quite groundbreaking in its time because of course unlike a bow it can be loaded, held at full draw or cocked, and kept that way for some period of time. The first crossbows used wooden bows, sometimes with horn and sinew used in addition, and the later ones have usually steel bows. Both have their relative strengths and weaknesses, and the steel bows and the wooden bows can be made up to phenomenally powerful draw weights. The crossbow was a real game changer in European warfare. It was rated quite highly against armour, obviously against mail and gambeson armour in the earlier part of the period we're discussing. It was highly effective, and shields or pavises, large shields, came into use to protect the crossbowmen while they were loading. One of the disadvantages undoubtedly with the crossbow is that it is relatively slow to load and shoot compared to a handheld bow. This being said, a good crossbowman could still shoot a number of bolts, depending on the type of crossbow and the power of the bow and the method of loading, could shoot a number of bolts per minute. So they still had a rate of fire, if we call it fire, a rate of fire which is higher than a musket, for example. They had a similar range to longbows of the day, and a similar degree of penetrative ability when it came to hitting targets, whether they be people in clothes, light armour or indeed heavy armour. Certain nations, for example the Genoese and France in general, became quite famous for their crossbowmen and used them extensively in the wars of the 14th and 15th centuries. It's absolutely fair to say that the crossbow had a huge impact on European warfare. In at number 5 is the pike. So what is the pike? Well, the pike is essentially a very long version of the spear. I've separated it from the spear because it is a specialised weapon and is used in specialised ways. Generally speaking, in medieval Europe, they were not used with shields because of their length. They were usually held with two hands because you needed two hands to wield a weapon of this length and hold it effectively. Pikes were first used notably in the 14th century. The Swiss made extensive use of them against the Austrians in their wars, but additionally the Scots used very long spears, we could say early short pikes, against the English as well in Edward I's wars in Scotland. The pike as a weapon was not a new innovation. Of course, the ancient world had used pikes, and in fact the Romans had themselves initially used pikes and eventually established a new style of warfare that overcame pike columns or pike blocks. But in the medieval period, the pike formation, the pike block, was reborn and was an extremely effective way of nullifying the effect of cavalry. And it was also a very good way of protecting your own missile troops, for example, archers or gunners. It's fair to say that during the 15th century, pikes in certain parts of Europe became increasingly important, such that by the 16th century, we start to see pike formations, pike blocks, becoming incredibly important in European warfare and being really critical to protecting gunners and artillery that were becoming an increasing factor in their own right after the year 1500. In at number 4 is the lance, the cavalry lance. Obviously, functionally, this is similar to the pike. It's a long wooden shaft with a point on the end, but really used by cavalry initially in the Norman period, so around the year 1000 to 1100. The couched lance, the specialised cavalry lance, really had a huge impact on European warfare. And what we see in the first few centuries after 1000 AD is heavy cavalry being an incredibly important factor on European warfare and sculpting every aspect of European history. The knight, the iconic knight, was defined by their use of the lance on horseback. In its initial form, the lance, of course, was simply a spear that was used on horseback, but more specialised forms of lance did develop, some which were designed to prevent over-penetration of the target, some which were designed to break in the target. And so the lance really became a very specialised cavalry weapon, and in fact continued to be used into the 20th century. Lances still being used in World War I and beyond in some cases. But in the medieval period, the cavalry lance, used most famously by European knights, was absolutely dictated the manner of medieval warfare, and the knight on horseback with his lance was probably, at least socially, the most important element of medieval armies. Huge infrastructures were created to feed and equip and arm the medieval knight so that they could deliver lances anywhere that their king required them to. Of course, the lance also gave rise to the sport of jousting, and specific jousting lances and jousting armour were developed for this sport, and huge amounts of resources were poured into it. In at number 3, we have the one-handed arming sword. So an arming sword simply means a sword that you wear. And quite simply, the sword is primarily a backup weapon, a sidearm. That means something you can wear. Whilst it very often wasn't the primary weapon, often the primary weapon, even of a knight, would be a lance on horseback or a spear on foot. In some cases, things like a poleaxe on foot in the later periods. But even, you know, for a typical infantryman, for example, an archer, their primary weapon would be a bow, the secondary weapon would be a sword. But that's the point. The sword was everywhere. Every soldier in a late medieval army had a sword of some kind, or at least very, very usually so, and the sword was their backup weapon, was their sidearm, so it didn't matter whether you were an archer or a crossbowman or a knight or managing siege artillery, you had a sword as your sidearm. And for that reason, swords were incredibly important and actually used quite a bit. Whilst they weren't primary weapons, they were the weapon that you would fall back on, that you would use in a pursuit or a retreat, or indeed storming, breaching the walls of a castle. They were the weapon that when archers were attacked by cavalry, they might have to fall back on using. So swords were everywhere, and it was the one-handed sword that dominated. Two-handed swords were a more specialised innovation that came later on in the 13th century. But the one-handed sword, used predominantly with a shield, which had been around since the Bronze Age and right the way through the Viking era, the so-called Dark Ages, and into the medieval period that we're looking at from 1000 AD onwards, the sword was the most important sidearm and was everywhere. In at number 2, we have the bow. How could we ignore the bow? I have placed the bow much more highly than the crossbow for a number of reasons. One, because it's around for a longer period, but also importantly because it covers a much wider area as well. We know that many of the nations that invaded what we now call Europe, for example the Mongols and the Ottoman Turks, made extensive use of the bow. Therefore, the bow wasn't only incredibly useful throughout this period within Europe, but is incredibly important as well amongst the armies that were invading Europe. I grouped all handheld bows together because it seemed unwise to separate, for example, composite recurve bows from simple longbows. Both of these are functionally the same. They both have similar rates of fire, again if we use the word fire in this case, but they have similar rates of fire, shoot similar types of arrows and have similar effects on the target. European longbows have the advantage of being relatively easier to make while still being able to achieve very high draw weights and very high efficiency. Composite recurve bows, on the other hand, take longer to make, are relatively speaking more fragile, but probably are more efficient and can achieve longer range. But in terms of warfare, most shooting would have been done within 300 yards, and so functionally the European longbow and the outside of Europe composite recurve bow achieve similar goals in similar ways. I feel that the bow absolutely has to occupy this very high spot, number 2 in this list, because it really had a huge effect on all European warfare, not just in this period, but for centuries beforehand. The bow was only really supplanted by gunpowder, which of course inextricably changed warfare after the year 1500. But in our period, the bow was absolutely the supreme missile weapon. Admittedly, alongside crossbows, but generally speaking, and this is one of the other reasons why I put the bow much higher up than the crossbow, generally speaking, when crossbows came against longbows, the longbows usually won out because of their much higher rate of fire. And finally, in number 1 spot, we have the spear, the humble spear, one of the most simple weapons in a sense that's been around since prehistory, probably one of the earliest weapons that mankind ever crafted. And yet in the medieval period, with all of the other weapons available to them, the spear was still a supremely important weapon. And it's fair to point out, of course, that the spear is related to the lance and the pike, and perhaps even debatably the halberd and the bill as well, which also feature in this list. But the spear is really the granddaddy and also the king of weapons. Spears could be used to repel cavalry, they could be used by cavalry, they could be used two-handed or one-handed with a shield. They could be used in numerous different ways. They could be thrown or they could be retained as a hand weapon. They could be long or they could be short. They could have different styles of head. Some of them could cut as well as thrust. When we look at the Bayeux Tapestry, there's no shadow of a doubt that the most numerous weapon on there is the spear. When we look at later period medieval sources, spears are still common, admittedly mixed in with other types of more specialised pole weapon, but ultimately the spear is their originator. Therefore the spear wins the #1 spot on the best medieval weapon, and I think rightly so. And of course we shouldn't forget that the spear was still being used around the world by different cultures in the 19th century and into the 20th century as well, as a weapon of war. So there we have it. Those are my 10 best medieval weapons within the parameters I've set. I think honourable mentions have to go for various reasons also to the two-handed sword or longsword, warhammers, maces, flails, glaives and partisans. But I don't consider any of those weapons to have been individually influential enough on the medieval battlefield. These 10 that I've listed I consider the most important medieval weapons. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you for the next video. Thanks for watching. Please subscribe. We have extra videos.
Yes, John. Most weapons originate from a sharp stick.
Yeah.
Which is what I've been saying. We've been discussing this for ages. It's really easy to make a sharp, pointy stick. Just burn one end of it in the fire.
Yeah, but picking up a rock and throwing it at your enemy too does help.
Yeah, but you can only do that the once. Whereas, you know, you keep as we've seen, you keep hold of the sharp, pointy stick and keep jabbing it at people.
Oh, well, that's a bit of that now. See if we can find a bit of dirt now. Been out lately. I don't mind doing those excerpts out of people's live streams for a couple of minutes if there's somebody had a good argument with somebody.
Yeah. And while you're doing that, Terry, I'll respond to Real Non Sequitur's point. Yes, the castles were so small. For some reason back then, artists didn't seem to understand perspective.
No, they didn't know how to draw in perspective.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
Go on.
And I said, I don't know why, because they already had the camera obscura.
I think an awful lot of skills and knowledge got lost at various points in history. And yeah, you look at a lot of the medieval pictures and paintings, and it's quite clear that the artists completely lost the skills of perspective.
Yeah. Yeah, they probably were flat earthers, or at least a fair number of them would have been.
Yeah, it looks flat.
Although of course, let's face it, most of them wouldn't have even given it a second thought.
No.
Seem to have been anything.
Got
videos for later.
Trying to
Bob the Science Guy brought one out. Baldy Catz. Isaac one there. Wade's Underworld. Old Moonlight Proof of Concept. being Furball's going to be doing something with that.
Oh yes, I think he's going to be trying to actually measure moonlight, measure the temperature of moonlight.
Anton's got first ever proof someone being killed by a meteorite. How did Sean's hangout go last time? I haven't caught any of his hangouts lately, so I don't know if he's had anyone on there.
Well, he did one sort of yesterday evening my time, but that was sort of cut short because he was going out to the Salton Sea.
Oh.
Yeah, he was going to try and do some observations out there. So I don't think he streamed.
Yeah, I'm sort of.
No, he didn't stream after that. There wasn't an awful lot going on in that one, I have to admit. I'm just trying to think what happened in Jose's yesterday.
Jose.
Sean G had quite a discussion with a chap called Good Servant.
New meat.
Yes, well, he's one of these religious types, and I think he was quite clearly stoned out of his gourd.
Mm-hmm.
So that was sort of going nowhere. And then there was who came Rakia Life.
Uh-huh.
Yes, who I've never seen in a live meet before, but he's always in the side chats. But he's how do we put this? A religitard. But that didn't really seem to go very far either. I don't think there's been much else, to be honest. Incoming hand.
Al Nasser lies. Mike the Flat Earther says yes. That was Flat Earth versus Mike the Flat Earther. That was on that looks like that was on Red's Rhetoric's channel. Other Sean G back. That went for 2 hours.
Rumpus and Sean G were having a Tellurian in their side chat.
They've had a bit of a falling out, bless them.
It sounded like it.
Yeah, well, now what tends to happen is if Sean G actually joins in on the stream like Jose, Rumpus seems to appear in the side chat and just hurl abuse at him. Because Sean G had the temerity to disagree with Rumpus.
Oh.
Yeah, that's disagreeing with Rumpus can end up
the things we're saying are
violent.
Yeah. Problem is, and we did discuss this a little bit last night in Sean G's hangout. Rumpus is a very, very clever bloke, but he's got zero communication skills.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's his downfall. I've told him before that he just needs to dial things back a bit and maybe possibly dumb things down when you consider who his intended audience is.
Yeah.
He finds himself incapable of doing that, and I think that's why he gets treated the way he does, because he doesn't know how to talk to people. And they don't, if you're trying to explain a simple concept to somebody, don't go into the nth degree, because you'll lose your audience. And you watch him, and he loses his audience within seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah. Barney's another one a bit like that, isn't he? He can't do this. He can't do the simplification because there's some error in the simplification. It's not fully correct.
Well, I would say he's as bad as Rumpus, but Barney doesn't lose his rag ever.
Yeah, but
he just seems to remain cool, calm, and collected, and he just explains it. Whereas Rumpus, within seconds, his fuse is burnt out, and everybody's an utter, etc. Yeah. Well, we've all heard it. Doing a Rumpus. Whereas Barney just sits there and calmly explains whatever it is he's been asked. And in his defence, I would say that he does get into quite an amount of detail because he quite often gets asked that sort of question.
Yeah, that's because the
straightforward ones.
Yeah, that I've had some disagreements with him, over the fact that I've tried to use a simplification, and it's like, no, you can't use that simplification because it doesn't quite, because it's not completely accurate, and
unless it's a Rumpus approved simplification, it's not good enough.
But then. But yeah, like you say, the bloke is not bad at getting over the concepts he wants to get over, so you can kind of live with it.
Yes, yeah.
Like
much more than Rumpus.
Like Farmer said, Rumpus is a highly intellectual man, and generally speaking, it's not what he's saying, it's how he says it and how he comes across to the audience that he's speaking to. It's almost like and I'm not trying to say this in the wrong way, but it's almost as if he speaks down to his audience, which never comes across very nice. And it's when he does that unfortunately a good portion of the globe earth deniers just turn around and turn off. They nah, were you there? They just don't want to listen to him when he speaks to them like that.
Yeah, it's almost as if he's trying to put across terms and concepts, and the way he does it, as if he's teaching, I don't know, students at a university, where he's actually talking to somebody in primary school.
Yeah,
and he's not. I've said to him, you sometimes you just got to dumb these things down a bit. You have to bear in mind what audience you've got and what information you're trying to get across, and you're just leaving them behind. And you're getting frustrated because people don't understand. They're getting frustrated because they don't understand. And before you know it, you've got a shit show. And everybody's yelling and swearing and cursing at each other. And it's just it is, to quote the old song, it's a communication breakdown, complete and utter. Oh, I said the utter word. Oh, I said it again.
Yeah, most of the time when it turns into that sort of conversation where they're just arguing and talking over one another, I just tune out. Not going anywhere.
Total dumpster fire.
Yes.
That's kind of why I stopped watching Craig, FTFE, because like he just always, all he does is resorts to shouting at them and calling them an idiot.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he gets so many of them go on his channel, over and over again.
No, he's struggling to get people to come on the channel.
And scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Oh,
yeah, like the next video I was going to play with him debating Mike the Flat Earther.
You've got to remember that you have a look at the people that he has got on there in the not so distant future, past, sorry. It's been like your Nathan Thompsons, the people that really used Craig for nothing more than advertisement. That's the type of people he was getting on. And unfortunately, Nathan goes on there to be disingenuous and have a dumpster fire because there's more chance of him winning a dumpster fire than actual science or mathematics.
Yeah, I mean, when you're talking to people in the in the professor's lowest off top level of lowest level of flirdom, I think it was on his scale up to the Queen.
Well, we'll see what this.
Yeah,
We'll see what this flirt. We'll see what this flirt is any different to any other then. Probably anticipate every single argument that he brings up the same as what they've all done. I know where it starts actually.
And I'm just now getting warned about your video.
Neato burrito. So, Fight the Flat Earth. I, for one, have no idea who the hell we're talking to today, so why don't you introduce him?
Well, this gentleman is called Mike. I found him trolling the Flat Earth groups of Facebook. Says that he thinks the Earth is flat, but more importantly, he believes that NASA lies to everybody. Mike, why don't you just take a couple of minutes, introduce yourself to Red's Rhetoric's followers, and tell everyone why you think we're being lied to.
Well, I started out, I was a NASA fanboy for like most of my life. A few years ago, I was waiting for, the latest photo of Earth from space, and they were never consistent. I started analyzing them more, and that's kind of what started it, because I was really excited for the NASA's new photo of Earth from space. They're not consistent in any of their photos. It's a perfect circle. The continents are different sizes, and they'll tell you. If you listen, NASA's honest, and they'll tell you. So they're not always lying. They actually do tell you the truth if you look for it. But I feel like critical thinking is so not a part of anyone's repertoire that they can do pretty much what they want and still tell you the truth, and no one will believe it. Does that make any sense? So I'd say I didn't want to be a NASA hater. I'm not contrarian. I really loved NASA growing up. And it just, I don't know, I started to look into it more and things just didn't add up.
Right. So when you say they don't add up, you mean that all the different things that they put out don't match enough for you to say they must be real? Okay. Well,
they're not consistent. It's like they don't even try. They know the people are so far gone, no one will question anything. They can pretty much just do what they want. And then, if anyone dares criticize them, they've got so many fanboys to come to their defense. Everything should be criticized. You can't just take things as is, especially with, someone that gets $52 million a day in tax money. They're not even trying. So, and I'm sure they do a lot of good, but when it comes to space, I'm extremely skeptical of everything. Moon landings, Van Allen radiation belt, which no one can really explain. We penetrated it once, and now we can't. Some say we can. It's all over the place. So.
Let me start with the picture of the Earth. When you say that a picture of the Earth and you see it being a perfect sphere, what are you questioning with that?
Oh, well, Neil deGrasse Tyson, of course, he said it was a oblate spheroid. And you guys tried to explain this last time, but it is a perfect circle. I guess it's too minuscule to notice that it's an oblate spheroid. I mean, what's the reasoning that those photos don't show an oblate spheroid? It's actually a perfect sphere. So.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and screen share something for you, and I'll have to do this.
Use my picture for that
through the Hangouts. So let's go ahead and do it like this. So Craig, let me know when I am screen sharing.
Okay, just waiting for you to screen share.
Okay. Oh, God damn it.
Yeah, just need to share your screen in Hangouts.
Yeah, I know I need to show my screen from the Hangouts, but unfortunately Chrome is not responding. So I'm going to have to come back into the call and try this shit again. All right, I will be right back.
So
I guess.
whilst Reds is away, we are in charge of his channel. So team.
Oh, said, how much did you say NASA takes away per day?
Do you remember on a Saturday morning, right?
How
You'd
could
get
we
up
live?
and you'd watch Flintstones followed by the Jetsons. You're like, man, I just watched the past and the future. Those were the days.
Can you
like
confirm
the
that I'm screen
Jetsons
sharing?
if, space
Yes, you are
doesn't
screen sharing,
exist?
Reds. Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Sorry,
Let me know
team,
when
what was
it's
that?
live.
I was just saying most
Oh, I
flat
think
earthers
I
wouldn't say the
recognise that.
Jetsons because the Jetsons were in space and
I haven't got that image.
Okay, yeah, it was a good show, man. It's actually really,
After.
It's full of adult humor. I revisited it recently, and I was like, holy crap! There's no way I comprehended any of the jokes or anything as a kid. So it's really interesting.
Right. Anyway, Reds is sharing his
Judy
screen.
Jetson.
So Reds, what are you showing us?
What I'm showing you is images not from NASA, but from JAXA, the Japanese Space Agency. This is the Himawari satellite. And basically, these are two images of the same globe. So basically, if you look at the one on the left, it's the same as the image as the one on the right, but the one on the right has been turned 90 degrees. So if you were to slice these two images in half and then slide them together, you will actually see the true shape of the globe.
I've already got it, Dave.
And they actually aren't the same. There is a slight tick right there, and what will happen in this video is that we'll go ahead and zoom in on it so you can see just how much of a discrepancy there actually is. When Neil deGrasse Tyson said that the Earth is pear-shaped, he was saying that as an exaggeration. If you exaggerate the proportions of the globe, then you'll get a pear shape. But that's only if you exaggerate the proportions of the globe. What he was trying to illustrate is that it's not perfectly spherical. It's a little bit chubbier at the equator than it is from pole to pole. And this is what we see in the Himawari satellite. So Neil deGrasse Tyson didn't lie. It's just that most people don't understand what he meant by that.
Okay, but why are we using Japanese space station? Or why Japanese? Why? And also, doesn't it have to be a CGI photo? The guy that made the blue marble admitted he's like, well, it's CGI because it has.
Well,
to.
let's answer one question at a time, Mike. Let's stick with the Japanese thing here. And one of the reasons why we go to JAXA and Himawari in particular is because it's doing a very specific job.
Actually, I have my own reasons for it. Let me answer this if I can.
Go on.
All right, my reason for going to the Japanese Space Agency is because they're not NASA. We have a totally separate agency that is confirming everything that NASA has said about the shape of our Earth. If I just went to NASA, then you can just dismiss that outright because your moniker is NASA Lies. Well, what if we don't go to NASA? What if we go to a different agency that is showing us images of the globe? And not just images of the globe, but images of the globe that are 11,000 by 11,000 in resolution.
So I just don't understand why Japan's able to get better photos and actually full photos that aren't CGI. then like the guy that made the blue marble literally said it's CGI because it has to be.
Okay, so
No, he didn't say that.
Let me ask you two questions here. One question, rather. Okay, what distance do you think the cameras that took the blue marble photo and the camera that takes the Himawari photos are at? Do you think they're the same, or do you think those cameras are different distances away from Earth?
To be honest, I don't. I think the photos are both bullshit.
Okay, but if what you're told is true, are they relatively the same distance away from Earth?
Yeah, I have no idea. It's like they're probably.
Well, so the Himawari 8 is in a geosynchronous orbit, okay, which means it maintains its distance above the Earth at a certain spot, an orbit height of about 36,000 kilometers, I think. Whereas
so the Japanese space station can get past the Van Allen radiation belts, and
it's not a space station; it's literally an observation satellite. Okay, but the the satellite that took the photos that were in the 2012 Blue Marble that was photoshopped, that was about 120 miles above the surface when it was taking the shots that it was taking. So you've got one camera at nearly 36,000 kilometers, one at about 200 kilometers. So the one that's at 200 kilometers isn't going to be able to get as much of the Earth in one shot. And that's why it had to be photoshopped, because it was so close to the Earth. It had to take the images in segments, and then they had to be put together to get the globe as we see it. They did that because they wanted extremely high resolution images. It's a lot higher than what Himawari can get, because it was a lot closer.
Yes. The blue marble, actually, if you go to NASA Visible Earth, they even state this explicitly. Much of the information contained in this image came from a single remote sensing device, NASA Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectrometer, or MODIS, flying over 700 kilometers above the Earth. On board the terrain satellite, MODIS provides an integrated tool for observing a variety of terrestrial, oceanic, and atmospheric features. The land and coastal portions of these images, based on surface observations, are collected and then stitched together.
Okay. Yeah, why can't they just turn the Hubble around, or
because the Hubble has a field of view that wouldn't be able to get the entire Earth in its viewfinder.
Well, also the resolution and the way that they use it to actually focus on distant objects, it couldn't image the Earth. The Earth is too close for the Hubble to turn around and take a picture.
It would be out of focus. Yeah, it would be out of focus.
Yeah, Mike, think of it. Think of it like this. Can you see your finger better if you just hold it right next to your eyeball? Does it become more clear and focused, and you can actually see the tiny little parts of your finger? Yeah, there's a point at which you go in too far, and it becomes blurry because it's out of focus to the way your eyes are made. It's the same thing.
And also another thing that I want to mention is that you say that they're CGI. I just want to point out that it is impossible for the Himawari images to be CGI. When I say impossible, let me explain what I mean. Pixar, literally the leaders in their industry when it comes to CGI and garbage, and not even doing that good of a job in my opinion, take 30 minutes to render one frame of 4K resolution imagery. 30 minutes. The only way they can get a movie done is by having a catastrophic amount of computers doing the rendering. They're called render farms. The Himawari 8 image is 11,000 by 11,000 resolution, and it provides a picture to us every 10 minutes. So we're getting an image of higher quality, but yet brought to us in a time frame that not even Pixar can replicate with a lower quality image. How do you explain that?
Do Japanese have better technology? I really, it's still, to me, they're just fake photos. There's really no proof. Like, I don't believe in the Himawari. Like, I don't think, I don't.
Do you know how you could kind of demonstrate this to yourself right now? What I'm showing you on the screen right now is literally a live image from space, taken within the last 10 minutes, right? Now, the way that you could verify this yourself is, you see where those clouds are in Australia. If you went to any of those areas that have those clouds on and looked for a traffic cam, you would see the same cloud patterns in the sky as we are showing you from this angle.
There's There's another YouTuber out there called Wade's Underworld. Wade's Underworld has a beautiful video of this exact thing because he lives in Australia. What he was able to do was go outside on multiple days and look at the cloud patterns and see if those cloud patterns matched on the Himawari satellite imagery. And guess what? They matched perfectly.
Okay, so I'm sure that, like, some of those, maybe it's local to Australia or like that area, that where they are on the
that side of the Earth. That side of the Earth. It's only on that side of the Earth.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell me this and show me all these fake photos. I don't think this is science. I think this is. I mean, I have to take your word for it. So I am skeptical. It doesn't matter. I have to take your word. There's no way I can observe any of this. The colors are different on all the fake globe photos. I have to take your word. That's it. And to me, that's
not
really
our world. It's not our word. It's every space agency, company, private or government. They all agree.
So far, he's using all the usual parrot phrasing from other flurfists. You have to be there. I'm not there. All that sort of stuff.
I can't see it, so it don't exist.
Yeah.
They're pretty good at saying there's no evidence when they haven't even looked for any evidence.
Yeah, what about all those images that showed all the smoke from the fires that you unfortunately had over your last summer that you just had?
Yeah,
and there was that case of that what could have been a very serious fire in Outer Mongolia somewhere that was spotted on the Himawari image before it was found on the ground, and they were able to send a team of firefighters out to deal with it before it got completely out of hand.
Never heard about that, but I was copping smoke from that, all those fires. But one thing I have noticed as well is they say there's no evidence, but they don't produce it themselves.
Yeah,
it's all words. There's nothing, no diagrams. Nathan Thompson, for instance, if you show a diagram to him, he'll call it a cartoon.
Yeah,
but he doesn't show anything in return.
It's hard to produce a photograph of something that doesn't exist.
Exactly. Right. We got plenty of pictures of Santa.
Same Santa.
Oh, well, I wasn't going to go into DNA, but you know.
Yeah, I mean, that was typical. Nah, 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 nah. I'm going to stick my fingers in my ears. Nah, 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 nah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not gonna say anything different to what's already been said. Here we are. One of them anyway. Geez, I wonder how they took this photo.
Yeah.
It CGI'd, was it? While we're all here coughing and spluttering and all the smoke.
Is that the one that reached New Zealand?
I don't know if I've got that one. I know somebody has got that photo, but I didn't keep that one. Image, I mean, sorry.
Yeah.
Use the right terminology.
Yeah.
I kept New Zealand.
We was copping it ourselves, but
I think Sheepy got a photo of it. I haven't seen him.
I was just going to say, talking of New Zealand, has anyone seen him? I haven't seen him for ages.
No, I haven't seen him for nearly a week. I should have kept that
I think
one.
even Gordon was copping it too, weren't they?
Seen sheeple in Gem Pandas a couple of times.
Oh, is he hanging out there? Is he?
Yeah, looks like it.
Just crashes has taken over on the 3D printing. What do you call it?
Yeah.
Terry,
Clock.
apparently Colon
Sundial.
has sent you a pic on DM. I'm guessing in Discord. And he's requesting that you show it and ask people what it is. I'm guessing it's going to be okay for copyright.
I don't know. That's the only image that I've grabbed so far.
Looks like a Nashi pear.
Not all pears are shaped the same.
Yeah.
Compare
Pear
the
of some
pear.
kind.
Yeah, Nashi pear, is it called?
I wouldn't have a clue.
So the Earth is pear-shaped after all.
Yeah, there's a pear. That's the pear that he was talking about.
That's a nice pear.
Oh, what's his next? He's going to disagree with all that. I'll skip forward.
Ah, it's an Asian pear. There you go.
An Asian pear, okay. So that's him saying nah for all that. Skip forward a bit.
Size, its altitude, and its speed. It's traveling at orbital velocity, confirmed, and it's at the altitude that NASA claims it is, confirmed.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the inverse square law would make that impossible to see. So I don't know.
We can talk about the inverse square law, but first I'd like Reds to talk you through the video that I'm showing, where, as he's been saying, he personally measured the height, speed, and size of the ISS.
What you're seeing here. What do you know what the flat earther camera of choice is? Do you know it's the Nikon P900 or the P1000?
Sure, I don't. It's not like we have a leader guy. There's a guy that like
I didn't say you had a leader guy. I said that this is just a flat earther camera of choice. So what I did was I used the flat earther camera of choice, and I pointed it at the moon at a specific time. That specific time was when the space station was going to go right in front of the moon. And Craig is showing the video right now. This is location 1, Nikon P900. And if you blink, you'll miss it. There it goes. That's the space station going right across the moon. We did this exact same observation about 1 kilometer away with a telescope, an LX200 telescope with a Canon T5i. Craig, can you fast forward to the first frame with the math? A little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. Even further, Craig. Even further. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going further. Keep going further. Keep going further. Keep going. Keep going. There you go. Right there. Perfect. Now you're learning. Okay, so step by step. Do you see the 2 people on the bottom of the frame and the green dotted lines going from their head?
Sure.
That is their line of sight. See how they cross at the space station? Craig, you gotta pause the fucking video.
Jeez.
Okay. You see how the lines, the sight lines, cross at the International Space Station and end up on different parts of the moon?
Oh, that's the moon? Okay, yeah.
Yeah. We actually observed that in real life. We observed that. I saw the space station transit over a different part of the moon than my partner did, who was 1 kilometer away.
That's just 1 kilometer? Well, if it were further, that'd be a better. And why is that so flat? Oh, why is it?
Hang on. One step at a time. With the line of sight crossing at the International Space Station, that means that we have this situation that you see on your screen right now. We can actually get some measurements off of this. Now, the moon has a known angular size. We even measured it on the night of the transit. It's 0.52 degrees. we had a baseline of a little over a kilometer, 1.11 kilometers apart. Comparing the span of our two tracks with the angular size of the moon, we measured that angle A and angle B in this diagram, to be 0.1212 degrees. So we can actually measure our distance to the space station at that particular time in a straight line. So you take our value, split in half, you have a right triangle, basic trig from here. We have 0.555 kilometers divided by the tangent of 0.0606 degrees gives us a value of 524.73 kilometers, or 326.05 miles. Craig, please skip ahead to the next frame. Keep going. More, a lot more. Right there. Pause it. Pause it right there. There you go. Now you're learning. Since we know we're looking at the space station 524.73 kilometers away, we need to know how far up we're looking at in the sky. The telescope that we used tells us that. It has a dial on the side. It's 53 degrees. So we're looking at a distance of the hypotenuse and at an angle at 53 degrees. We can figure out its altitude, even without taking into account the curvature of the Earth. 419.06 kilometers, or 260.39 miles, is what we found. That was without having to go to NASA.
And you guys were 1 kilometer apart? Or the two
Yes,
people
we had a
looking?
baseline of 1.11 kilometers apart. And with that baseline, we were able to get a parallax measurement of the International Space Station. Now, Astronomy Live, who was my partner during this whole thing, on his video, used this same data to confirm its size and its speed. And it was traveling more than 7 kilometers per second, which is orbital velocity. So we confirmed its size, we confirmed its speed, and we confirmed its altitude, and we didn't have to go to NASA at all. This is confirming that NASA isn't lying when it comes to the characteristics of the International Space Station.
Again, yeah, I believe NASA has technology they obviously don't let us know about. I believe they know things about the Earth that they don't want to tell us. I'm not denying that one bit.
But the fact is, Mike, what Red's observation and Astronomy Live's observations show is that the craft is moving at a speed that, if it was inside the atmosphere, it would be on fire. The friction from touching the air would make it burn up. So the fact that Red is able to measure the speed and the altitude that it's moving at it shows that it cannot be something that's in atmosphere, and that it must be in a frictionless environment.
Correct. It cannot. That craft cannot exist in Earth's atmosphere. It is in a vacuum, thus demonstrating it is in space.
Yeah.
And I did not go to NASA to get this data. This is my own observation. This is my own mathematics. NASA did not touch this in any way, shape, or form.
I'm not discrediting. Okay, I'm not discrediting the math is incorrect. Like, the math is probably correct. That's not it. I don't. Like I said, I don't know the technology that's available. I don't like, and they can. So how did you know? How did you know the space station was going to go past the moon? Obviously,
there is a website. There's a website called transitfinder.com. If you type in your location, it'll show you solar transits and lunar transits. And we picked a lunar transit where the moon was going to be full. We actually traveled 4 hours to be in the right spot for this. And so after you type in your credentials into transit, there's the website. Craig is showing it right now on the screen. This is what we used. This will give you a map where you can go to this location, look at either the moon or the sun with a solar filter. Don't look at it with your eyes, otherwise you'll fuck up your eyes. At the right time, and you will see a transit happen on that day that it specifies.
I wonder if a pilot would use that map you just showed, or like a sailor.
Nope. But what I'm trying to demonstrate to you here is that
I think that guy's ready to go all over the place with whatever he's learnt.
He's about to go. Well, he's in a denial circle, so he's got to find something he can say to go no. You know, because it's all blah 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 blah.
Yep.
Let's see. We'll go to the rockets and we'll see what he says about rockets.
At LZ1. No, I don't just blindly believe them. I saw it myself, and I filmed it myself in 4K resolution, no less.
It'd be fun to watch.
Well, Reds
So
invites
this
photographers all the time.
Yeah, can we please that's entry burn. Skip ahead just a few seconds, like maybe right there. Right there. Go ahead, play. This is my footage. That's my logo in the bottom corner. This is my footage. This is of a booster from a Falcon Heavy coming back down for a landing. This technology, this type of capability did not exist back in the 1960s. So yes, we have progressed. So instead of ditching spent boosters in the ocean to never be used from again, we can now reuse them.
I never get
this is my footage, and if you look at the bottom, you'll see the landing legs.
Okay, I believe that.
Right there.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Every time that.
It is very beautiful.
I would love to see that live. Kind of cool. That's cool.
Do you know how big those things are, Mike? Right. Let me just quickly get up
They're
another
fucking
video
huge.
That's kind of cool.
That
That's fine.
that really doesn't do them justice for how big they are. No, wait.
Those got no
I'm
argument
not
for
saying the
that.
technology isn't awesome either. I just
okay, so
I don't think he's got any argument for that.
Yeah, like I say, I've been to the Kennedy Space Center. I've been to the launch pad where they launched Apollo 11. The pad is hugely massive. You just can't believe the scale. And the final assembly building, the VAB. I mean, when it was built, it was the largest completely unsupported internal volume ever built.
I've seen it on Google Earth.
Yeah. The stuff at Kennedy Space Center, everything is just huge.
I've been to Florida 3 times and never been. Kick myself.
I've only been the once. I've only been in Florida the once, and that was on my must-do list. The thing I regret most was that I hadn't realised that a shuttle launch that had been postponed for a couple of weeks actually launched while we were there. Because I would have gone. Had I known, I would have gone to the launch. But this was pre the days you could take a laptop on holiday with you and connect it to the internet. To that sort
I'll
of stuff.
get there one of these days. Never go back. Definitely be going.
Maybe the next time men go to the moon. You know?
Yeah, 4 years, save up, go.
Yeah,
if I
got time.
If I have the big win on the lottery, I'll take you all to Florida to see a launch.
Yay!
Hear that, everybody?
Yeah, we got it recorded. We got it recorded too.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't actually play the lottery, so you're going to have a
Oh, let us stand carefully.
Well, if I did,
if I did play the lottery, so if I win the lottery, I'll live stream it for you all.
Thanks.
Oh no! If I won that sort of money on the lottery, then yeah, I'd make a certain select few people very happy, and an awful lot of people upset,
jealous.
Well, if you do end up going, stand right next to Red. Yeah. If you can find
put a paper bag over his head first.
Yes.
Just look for a guy with 2 Nikons and another guy with a telescope standing beside each other.
They've got a book full of gear, haven't they? I mean, they've got multiple cameras. I mean, to the point now where Red is using a camera to film his camera.
Yeah.
to show what it's doing and how it's moving when it's panning and tilting and everything else. You know, it's got quite a setup.
I think is it Reds now? Is it 2 900s, a 1000, a Canon, and a
An equatorial mount.
Well, and yeah, but like Farmer said, and then he's got another camera taking a picture of all of the other cameras.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Vin Fondle. There is very little difference in the chance of winning the lottery big between buying a ticket and not buying a ticket. Yeah, I think. Oh, it used to be about 14 million to 1, I think, in the UK, but I think they've upped that quite a bit now by changing the rules slightly.
Well, I don't know what it is here. I know that people buy more when it's a big prize coming up, but yeah. Like the biggest prize money we've had last year was
150 million.
Yeah, and that's a lot of money. That's a lot of ice creams.
Yeah.
I had a few tickets in that one.
I did buy. I have only ever bought one lottery ticket, and it was for the Euro lottery. When the prize was £162 million. I didn't win anything.
Yes. Yeah, well, the most I've won was $150. So, yeah, I've won something.
Was in a workplace pool syndicate once, and we had a win. 27 pence.
Yeah. There was a syndicate, I think it was in Victoria. I can't really remember the prize money, but it was a fair bit. I think it was over 10 million, maybe. It was bought in a syndicate, and the person that bought the ticket kept the whole money, kept it all. He went to work next day, quit, went off, and then they discovered what happened. They discovered what happened because someone from the lottery went and took a champagne bottle with them to celebrate with them.
I remember. I remember that one. He actually bought 2 tickets. And the first one he bought, he didn't buy with the syndicate registration. And then the second ticket he bought with the syndicates, with the syndication paperwork. So the second one was registered, but not the first one. And then he turned around, and when he won with the first one, he turned around and said, "Oh no, well that's mine. It's mine alone. It wasn't bought with the syndicate money." So yeah, it was a bit of a.
Yeah, well, that went to court from memory. I don't know what happened. I can't remember. But yeah, that happened.
I had what should have been a decent win on the lottery years ago, way back when, way before they were doing the Euro lottery and anything else. There was a time when matching 5 numbers on the lottery would win you hundreds of thousands of pounds. And I looked at my ticket one day and I thought, I've matched 4 numbers. I'll pop into the local Tesco and get however many pounds it was. And she said, she looked at it, punched the numbers, and she said, "I can't pay this. It's too much." I said, "What do you mean?" She said, "You've matched 5 numbers, not 4. So I thought, "Oh, bloody hell, yeah. Where can I get this sorted out?" She said, "You'll have to go to the post office." So I went to the post office in town thinking, 5 numbers. This is yeah. Up until then, 5 numbers got you 200,000, 300,000, 400,000 pounds.
Yeah, and even if it wasn't, it would certainly get you into the tens of thousands of pounds without any trouble, wouldn't it?
Ordinarily, yes. That particular week was the lowest paying week they'd ever had on the National Lottery, and my 5 numbers got me approximately £1,750. I've not bothered using those numbers again since then. I just do a lucky dip every time. But it was, had it been the week before, it would have been hundreds of thousands of pounds. But that week, 1,750 quid plus change, which was still a very nice sum of money. But it's like, oh, is that it? Numbers, that's all I get, because I really was nervous. I thought, my God, this could be a life-changing amount of money. No, oh, thanks. And she said, I can't give it to you all in cash. I said, right, give me half in cash, put the other half straight in my bank account. Thanks. Walking away with what should have been a huge win on the lottery. It's like, oh, is that it? Don't get me wrong, it was nice to have, but it was like, where's the rest of it then? Just my bloody luck,
That's what we call a bugger moment.
It most definitely a bugger moment, that was, yeah.
So you didn't spend it all at once?
No, I didn't. But I mean, I've had the little wins ever since. I mean, I do a lot every week, but and of course, when you do it all online, you don't have to check the numbers. You get an email, and you wake up in the morning, pick up your phone, and see you've got good news about your lottery ticket. You think, yeah, come on, then what is it now? £3.20, a fiver.
Yeah. If you've got about 30,000 quid to invest, one of the best returns you're getting at the moment is putting it in premium bonds in the UK.
Yes.
Because I've got a friend who's got a full set, because there's a limit to how much you can have, and he's got the full set, and he says he gets about 2.5% on it with the wins. Because they're all small wins, but by the time you add all the wins up over the year, it's actually better than you get in pretty much any bank account at the moment, or investment. Sorry, safe investment, because you can always get your money back out of premium bonds unless the whole country goes bankrupt.
Yes.
Yeah, John, they do tend to share it out. So if lots and lots of people win, you also don't get very much. That's, I think, pretty much what happened to Farmer's Boy.
Yeah, but even so, prior to that week, it would still have been quite a wedge of money, a damn sight more than I got. But it was sort of, the lowest sort of paying week that they'd ever had. And it was like, just my bloody luck. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I bet there were a lot of I bet that would be a week when a lot of the numbers were below 30. So all the people who used birth dates and stuff to pick their numbers would have a much higher chance of winning something.
You see, of course, out of all my numbers, one of them was always going to be 42.
Yeah, of course it was.
Pick some numbers, right? 42 for a start, But yeah, no, I just.
Is that when you was born?
No.
No, that's the number that answers to life and everything.
It's the answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything.
Yeah.
I used to say 46.
No, 42.
And just make it up.
Problem is that nobody knows what the question is because they are mutually exclusive.
Hi everyone, and greetings from Northern Michigan. This is Bob the.
It's that bloke again.
No, it wasn't
Northern
him.
Michigan.
No.
I'm going to drop out. I shall catch you all later on.
Later, Peter.
Okay.
Sure, later.
Have fun. See you later.
Hooroo.
You got no idea what I'm doing.
No, not at all.
Just opening more tabs. Oh, I thought I'd just get all these videos ready while I'm doing nothing.
Oh, what? You mean so that we can vote? Well, we should have the minimum amount of delay today between between us and the stream.
I won't get too many. What have I got? I've got 1, 2, 3. Not that many actually.
Yeah. Oh.
G'day, you good mother.
Yeah, no, that was.
Yeah, we
no,
haven't.
That wasn't.
We haven't. We
That
haven't.
wasn't
we haven't.
Bob the Science Guy.
No, that wasn't. That wasn't Bob the Science Guy. No.
But wouldn't it be amazing if he started one of his videos like that?
It'd shock everyone. That would.
Bloody hell, yeah.
Yeah, okay, Peter. I know how you feel. My back's been giving me crap all weekend as well.
Oh, we better see about VM Furball's cold moonlight thing. See what he's up to about that. Something for Andrea.
Oh, you haven't got something for Andrea, have you?
Oh dear.
What else are we? The Creaky's live goes for an hour. Oh, we can't play Creaky. That goes for an hour. That's about it. Well, why have I got 2 of them?
Is that a cat I can hear?
Oh yes, that's Squeak turned up for fuss. Hello.
Oh, it's fixed.
She's looking for food.
No, just attention. Yeah, I know. Come on, man. Let's make some room for you. Oh no, you don't have to walk. I'll pick you up.
And I hear somebody's got 500 subscribers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Somebody's changed her name to
I don't know if I've got enough room for anyone with 500 subscribers on this panel.
Woohoo, Pip! Woohoo!
We'll have to make room for her now. Everyone move back a bit to allow Pip room to fit.
I need room for my head. Move along, please.
and your 20,000 something view video.
Mm-hmm. I'm a real YouTuber now.
Oh yeah.
Oh, definitely.
Was your last one Mr. Greedy Eats Clean to go lean?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the one.
I think you can give me some of those subscribers because I shield your video every week.
I don't know who half of them are. You can have them if you like. Just random people finding me, I guess. Oh, excuse me. My bum hurts.
Thanks for sharing, Pip.
I can't get comfortable. I made tits over arse in the garden yesterday. Chasing a dog.
Yeah, that'll do.
Skint knee, sore bum.
We've got 6 videos, Alan. Plus Pips.
Carol Smith, I'm pretty sure that most of my subs are already subbed. Oh, sorry. Yeah, most of Terry's subs are probably already subbed to me, and vice versa. Anyway.
Yeah, and I've got more than Alan and Sean.
Yeah, bugger. Everybody's getting more subs than me.
I got you one last week.
Yeah, I was actually up a little bit this morning because I come up for like, what was it? 313.
Oh, okay, you're getting there.
Yeah, I'm getting maybe one new sub every time we stream.
Oh, well,
Yeah, we drag him kicking and screaming, Alan.
yeah.
When I get my computer back, I'll mirror your photography ones.
Oh.
Yeah, I've lost a few subs. I'm back down to 460 now.
Have you?
I just hope I don't lose too many more in the next couple of months.
Yeah, because that's the problem when you're not putting content out.
Yeah, but the word should be getting out there that you're streaming over here.
Oh yeah, but people, when people randomly sub and unsub all the time. When you're not actually putting stuff out on your channel that people are going to go and watch, because people will occasionally have clear outs of what they're sub to. Your sub count is bound to go down, because mine did when I was, when I had to stop streaming because I was unwell. That was it. My steadily climbing sub count just went boom off the end, and it dropped some, and then.
Well, what were you down to long time ago before you started doing the Jose after show? What were you down to back then?
Well, before I started doing the, I was basically at 0 when I started doing the Jose after show.
Wow.
So it all went woof. I mean, I started doing the Jose after show, and I went from having pretty much no content to having enough watch hours to get monetized in 3 weeks.
But the watch hours, is it 4,000 or something?
Yeah, something like that. When you're doing 6-7 hour streams every day, and you've got you've got 50, 60 people watching them.
Yeah.
At the start, and then tailing off to 20, 25 people watching it all the way through. That's a lot of watch hours.
Mm-hmm.
You don't realise if you do long, you can actually get your watch time up quite quickly with streams, even with only modest numbers of people watching.
I said I got 6 videos ready to go, Alan.
Oh, sorry.
He's just making the stream longer for his watch hours, that's what it is.
Yeah. Yeah. I wasn't going to go too late tonight.
We got one. We got 2.
And guess what? They're forced.
You caught Dave and you caught Scott. Now they can't vote anymore now. They can't vote.
Do we time them out?
No,
do we time them out or just...
No, you can
they
leave.
Can't vote. Okay.
You can do whatever you want, but the rules are that they can't vote.
Yeah.
So Paul Vroom-Fondle's the only one that can vote. And Eden.
Sean.
And Sean. Oh, Sean had to go too. Oh, we're all over the place now. Don't they follow the people that have voted before? Well, they want to. They don't know what. They don't know which tab's which. Have you played Terry's silly power shipping games now too?
It's Terry's stream. I'm just guest hosting it.
Fight the power. 7. It's only supposed to be 6, Arthur. I've got 2 2s, 2 5s, 3.
Two 3s.
Bit slow.
They're making this one harder.
I know they are.
Just.
These rules are all over the place. John,
Yeah.
refer to Rule D. Two 5s, 2 3, 2 2s, and 2 3s.
Nope.
So
Somebody needs to.
Yeah, we need a 5,
One more,
a 3,
come on.
or a 2. 5 3 or a 2.
Oh, somebody vote.
Yeah, 5 3 or 2. Look, it's only you only got 20 something people watching, I think.
Yeah.
Am I allowed to vote?
Nope.
No.
No. Well, don't get upset with me that you can't get someone to vote then.
We're getting upset at you.
Come on, somebody hit the bloody button. There's a 5.
Stephen Orm said 5.
5 wins. Stop voting.
Now.
Oh yeah, I forgot the now, didn't I?
Yeah, if you don't
I'd
put
pre-prepared it and all and everything.
Now, that's it. Let me break out a copy of the rule book. Do you want me to get the rule book, Sean? I'll break a copy out.
Yeah, stick a copy of the rule book up for him. Yeah, we might have to do something about tie breaking soon.
But Terry's word is law, so shouldn't it just be Terry's decision anyway?
Yeah.
So if he suddenly decides, well, I'm picking this one, no one can stop him.
Helen can.
Yeah. There we go. There's the rules.
Yeah, I just posted them.
Yeah.
You're out there.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh dear.
I'm sorry. Andrea, you had to go and clean the cupboard. You got 7 minutes and 50 seconds.
Arthur's cruising for a bruise in my pit. Did you see what he said?
Yes, I'll get my dragon to fly over there and I'll fire you.
Women aren't allowed to vote.
Does he think his name is Chris Berry?
Validation boy.
I told Chris Berry yesterday.
Everyone say, hello, wonderful Andrea.
Hello, wonderful person. This is Anton, and in this video we're going to be talking about this new discovery of what seems to be an actual official record, where we now know that someone out there was once unfortunately killed by a meteorite. Today we're going to talk about this discovery and also a few other discoveries from the last few years, and welcome to What the Math. Now you might have seen this map before. This is essentially the map that NASA created of all of the known so-called bolide events from the past 20 years or so. Bolides are usually these relatively small but also not too small rocks that enter the atmosphere and explode in the atmosphere, creating a somewhat visible event. The most famous such event was, of course, the 2013 Chelyabinsk meteor that exploded with so much power that essentially it kind of caused a lot of destruction around the city and even resulted in minor injuries. But the thing is that obviously it did not kill anyone. We also have the much older Tunguska event, also from Siberia, that back in 1908 ended up creating so much destruction that several hundred people had to be hospitalized when a rock roughly around 65 meters in size exploded in the atmosphere. And just for comparison, this right here is the Chelyabinsk meteor. This is a much smaller rock that didn't actually create as much destruction. And we have a few other really interesting events that happened in the last 100 or so years. All of them were, to some extent, somewhat unpredictable and somewhat random. For example, this is probably the most famous meteorite in the US. This is the so-called Sylacauga or Hodges meteorite that it basically became famous back in 1954 when it went through a roof of a house and injured this wonderful lady, Ann Hodges. Essentially, this was one of the first accounts of someone getting seriously injured by a meteorite and completely by accident. And the scientists even identified where this particular rock probably came from. It's this much larger parent body known as asteroid Toro. This is a rock that's about 2 miles or about 3.5 kilometers in diameter, and it was discovered back in 1948. It's orbiting Earth every 1.6 years, and it looks like a piece of it came off and decided to land on our planet and, well, hit Ann Hodges. But there were a few more less documented cases, specifically one from 1992 in Africa, where a Ugandan boy may have been hit by a smaller 3-gram rock that's only about this big, and another one from India in 2016, but none of these are thoroughly verified. As a matter of fact, there's very little evidence to suggest if this was actually true or not. But when you really think about it, considering how many collisions our planet gets every single day, you would really expect this to happen much more frequently. Here's actually a map that you can also find in the description below that someone made, where all of the confirmed meteorite collisions or meteorite discoveries are basically kind of added to the map, where you can really kind of get a grasp of how many collisions happen on our planet and were actually confirmed in the past, I guess, 100 or so years. But what is it that we just discovered? Well, we discovered the official confirmation of someone actually getting killed by a meteorite, although not anytime recently. This was from August of 1888. So basically over 130 years ago. But what makes this study very interesting and also this particular discovery really unique is that it's an official government document, kind of making it absolutely official that this is exactly what happened. So basically back in 1888, somewhere in the region right here in the area known as Kurdistan, there was potentially a bolide, a relatively large explosion in the air that created a tremendous amount of different tiny pieces of rock suddenly falling to the ground. There were actually quite a lot of cases like this recorded in history, and some of them were quite deadly as a matter of fact, but this one is the more recent one and recorded in actual government papers. Now this wasn't actually a collision like the one you're about to see, so this was very likely a bolide, because what was reported in those papers is that it was indeed a streak of light followed by a very large explosion and an extremely bright light, resulting in about 10 minutes of different rocks falling to the ground. It was even reported as a kind of a rock rain that lasted for about 10 minutes that resulted in one of the people under this rain being paralyzed and another one being, well, essentially killed. It also resulted in a major damage to all of the crops in the area, and several different pieces of meteorite were discovered around the village where this occurred. But I guess the question is, why is it that we're only learning about this now? Why today? Well, it so happens that it's actually related to the language this was written in. The language used here is what's known as a kind of an old Ottoman Turkish language that's very difficult to read, and it had to be first translated to modern Turkish and then to English. And following the translation, the scientists realized that it was actually talking about an actual collision from a meteorite that resulted in a lot of damage to the property. But that tiny village of a few thousand people today is a booming city of about close to 1 million people, located in northwest Iraq. And it's also very likely that most people living there today have no idea this even happened. Nevertheless, it's a pretty interesting piece of history and a really interesting way for us to try to analyze how many collisions actually do happen on the planet and how many of them result in fatal accidents. Now, events like this do happen roughly around every few decades, so it's quite likely that within the next few decades, somewhere around the planet, there's going to be another major bolide event that might become quite dangerous and possibly result in more fatalities. Hopefully by then we can predict them quite well and also prevent this from happening. And one of the reasons why more similar events don't happen more frequently, like for example from these small meteorites that enter Earth pretty much every second, is actually because most of them are really tiny and most of them end up on our roofs or bouncing off the buildings we live in. So we're kind of well protected from smaller rocks. But the larger ones, the so-called bolides that do explode in the atmosphere and can cause a lot of damage, usually happen over oceans simply because most of our planet is oceans, it's water. And this map right here does show you where they occurred in the last 20 years. So right now it's all kind of a matter of chance where this event happens and when it happens as well. Hopefully by then we'll be ready and we'll be able to prevent it. But until we discover more similar events or until we uncover some other unusual collision that happened in the past, that's pretty much it. And in one of the future videos I'm also going to be talking about one of the major bolide events that occurred a few hundred years ago that actually did destroy a lot of property and did result in a lot of casualties. But I'm not going to spoil it just yet. Until then, thank you for watching, subscribe if you still haven't, share this with someone who loves learning about space and sciences, and come back tomorrow to learn something you may have not known before. Consider supporting this channel on Patreon, it does help me quite a lot, and alternatively you can also support this channel by buying the beautiful wonderful person t-shirt that you can also find in the description below. I'll see you tomorrow, space out, and as always, bye bye.
Bye bye. You didn't say bye to Andrea. Yeah, I remember that Russian one that went over. Everyone caught that one on their iPhones.
Oh, that got filmed all over the place, didn't it?
Cams, all cams. We had one over Tasmania. I think it was last year. I know there's some YouTube clip of it. Not as bad or as loud as the one in Russia, but it was still pretty amazing. Like I heard it, saw the flash, and heard it.
You didn't have your iPhone out ready.
Well, I didn't know it was there. Explaining what the hell was that?
Yeah, it was the main advantage of how we caught the footage of the Russian one was people's dash cams were actually filming it at the time, so that was lucky for that.
And that's how the Tasmanian one got caught too, through the same way, dash cams and people actually taking photos or film footage at the time when it happened.
Yeah, that's the only way you can catch them. Yeah. Well, with today's technology, we're bound to catch more things that we wouldn't be able to catch before.
Right then.
Interesting. That big asteroid.
But the rarity of getting struck by a meteor is, I don't know if the odds is same as a lightning strike or probably similar.
Yeah, I don't know. I know that big asteroid that I was talking about meant to fly past us Wednesday. So look out for it.
I started the next vote already, Terry.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I'll go and make me coffee while that's going.
Oh. 2. Come on, more votes.
No more votes?
No more votes. Everybody gone shy? She wins. Stop voting now. Thank you, Rapunzel. Oh.
Yeah, I probably can.
I
I don't
missed
know.
that. I did. I missed that. Bugger.
It's irrelevant anyway. It didn't get voted in.
Yeah, it did.
No, 4.
Oh, 4. Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. I can't even. Oh, yeah. And you know what? I've realised I've just done again. I've got it set to bloody top chat, haven't I? Not live chat. Oh, dude, bugger. I shouldn't have done that.
Bugger. It's probably got to be the P950 because it's the new model out now.
Yeah, that's still got a sensor smaller than a iPhone. Got one of the smallest size sensors you can get in any sort of device.
Okay. I wouldn't mind buying one, but I don't know what use I'll get.
Yeah, thing is, if you've got $1,000 to buy, if you've got £1,000 to buy a P1000, I know the P950 is going to be a bit cheaper. If you've got £1,000 to spend on a P1000, you could do, if you were willing to buy secondhand, with that same amount of money, you could do just so much better in quality of camera.
Okay.
It's unbelievable. There's cameras out there that you can get secondhand that have a decent sized sensor in them, have much more resolution than a the P1000, and you can get a lens with actually just slightly more focal length than a P1000, and you can then add a teleconverter to that to make it even closer. Yeah, but Fred, a telescope is fine, but reminder to take my tablets. Telescope is fine, but optic, the big telephoto zoom that I use has advantages because it is literally designed for sticking in front of a camera. So it's as far as refractive optics goes, probably better controlled than a telescope.
Okay, forgetting I don't have push to talk for this.
If you go on mute, it automatically gives you push to talk on the space bar.
Yeah, but I forget about that part.
Just like I forget to unmute myself from the headset.
My boom does that. I'll put it up, it mutes. And put it down, it doesn't.
Yeah, I can pull my mic out or push it away, and it doesn't do anything.
Arthur, that's brilliant.
I'm waiting for the P1100. The magnification is so good, I'll be able to view up QE's rectal passage and see SE nestling there.
Bye, Mippet. Take care.
Oh, you gone? Yeah, I've seen Mippet had to drop out. People have got a bit of pain lately, Peter and Mippet.
Yeah, it's going around, I think.
I'm managing my pain. When I was working out in the shed today, I worked for about half a minute, or probably close to a minute at the maximum, and then rested for half an hour, and then went and done another bit. Like basically did put a bolt in, left it, came back a half hour later, did the bolt up.
Tightened it up.
Yeah, and then come back another half an hour later and did something else. I was just fitting the new alternator in. Oh, better share the thing. Who we got? Oh, I've got a Baldy Catz.
Oh, we got a Baldy Catz, so.
Yeah, we got a Baldy Catz.
So did you have a bad feeling about this video? Well, whether your gut feeling was a good one or a bad one, today we're going to try and put your intuition to the test. And we're going to try and see if we can figure out why we sometimes have those gut reactions that we do. Anyway, welcome back to Myth Mondays. You now live in a post-apocalyptic future and you are the leader of an army of Terminators. And you're fighting a war against other people with armies of Terminators. It's a bloody war with lots of death and destruction, but when your Terminators return back from battle, they show that they have been heavily wounded in these areas here. Now, you have limited funds available to add extra armour and protection to your Terminator models. My question to you is, where would you apply that extra armour? Well, if your gut feeling is telling you that we should be applying extra armour to those damaged areas marked in red, then your gut feeling is letting you down. And here's why. Meet Abraham Wald, a Hungarian mathematician who was asked to solve a very similar problem during World War II. Now at that time, researchers from the Centre of Naval Analysis had been asked to look at their bombers, and these dots in red show the places that their bombers showed most damage when they returned home. Now as a result of that, those researchers recommended strengthening the bombers in these areas. But Abraham Wald disagreed. He understood survival bias, which in this instance means only concentrating your efforts on the planes that made it back home. Wald realised that planes that took heavy damage to these areas marked in red were still able to fly home. It was the planes that took damage to the other areas that were not, so it was the other areas that needed the reinforcement. Now if you did get it wrong, don't worry about it. Our gut reaction can often steer us wrong, and as will be the case with all the examples in this video, I'm sure that given enough time you'll be able to work out the correct answer. But if you did get it wrong, you've been a victim of your own System 1 thinking, and we will explain that more later on in this video. But for now, another example. So you're sat in a saloon in the Old West, you're just kicking back and chilling out, and then suddenly Billy the Kid appears and says, "You're gonna die, boy." And actually that's the best impression of Billy the Kid you'll ever hear, prove me wrong. But Billy the Kid is a fair man, and he's not going to shoot you dead without giving you a chance to do something about it. He flips 2 coins, he catches them both. He tells you that one of these coins is a tail. And if you can tell him the probability of both coins being a tail, you get to live. So what does your gut feeling tell you about that? What does your intuition tell you? How many of you just couldn't help but instantly think of 50%? Well, if you did, you'd be going home in one of these. Your gut feeling was wrong. And we can show why by using a simple grid like this. Billy tossed 2 coins in the air. The first one I'm going to represent as blue, and it could have landed as heads or tails. The second one I'm going to represent in red, and that also could have landed heads or tails. Now if we complete this grid, we can look at all 4 possible ways that these coins could have landed. But let's remember that Billy the Kid told us that one of the coins landed on a tail, which means it must have been one of these 3 combinations. It's simply not possible anymore for it to have been this one. So now we're in the situation where we have 3 possible combinations where one of the coins could have been a tail, but only one of these 3 has the other coin as also being the tail. So therefore the chance of that other coin being a tail is 1 in 3. Now yet again, if you said 50%, you're a victim of your own System 1 thinking, but the answer actually is 1 in 3, and it's very easy to prove that to yourself. Yeah, so this is me in my living room, in my pyjamas, and I tried to toss these 2 coins 100 times. And of course each time I recorded the results. But I can't count, so I accidentally tossed them 101 times, but that's not a problem. We can see from the scorecard that 25 of those times they both landed heads up. We removed that from the 101 to leave us with 76 coin tosses where at least one of them was a tail, and out of those 26 showed that they were both a tail, which gives us our 1 in 3. So what exactly is System 1 thinking? Well, System 1 thinking does much of our cognitive workload through the day. It's super fast at processing information and recognizing patterns, and it derives context from our own memories and past experiences. So in the two examples we've looked at so far, with the robot, we can't help but remember that we fix things that are broken. So therefore, our gut reaction is to make sure that we put the extra armor on the damaged parts of that robot. We are so used to talking about a coin having a 50% chance of landing heads or tails that in that second example, we couldn't help but just instantly think of 50% as being the answer. Now, I want you to have a look at this tree, and thank you, Crafty Keeler, for the image. Now, while you're looking at the tree, you'll slowly start to realise that there's a gorilla and there's a tiger in the picture, but how long will it take you to realise that there's also a couple of fish? And when you're looking at this picture, you will instantly recognise one of two animals, and it shouldn't take you too much longer before you realise there are indeed two animals. Now, our System 1 thinking is responsible for us seeing that initial image, but in the background, working away more slowly but more deliberately, is our System 2 thinking. Now, the two aren't independent of each other. They do communicate, which is why in a short amount of time we do get to see all the images. But employing our System 2 thinking deliberately is hard work, and to prove that, watch this. In a few seconds, I'm going to ask you to look at the windows of this house, and I'm going to start turning the lights on and off. What I really need you to do is pay attention. This is going to be difficult, but by the end of the clip, I want you to tell me which window had its light turned on most often. Now, this really might be difficult to count because it does go quite quickly, but I really want you to concentrate. It's not on for that long. Can you figure out which window has its light turned on more often? Really concentrate. Good luck.
Are we going to try to do this?
Okay.
I reckon it was the bottom right.
Yeah, but what do you smell of, Terry?
Hey?
Terry, what do you smell of?
I saw that.
What?
You didn't see that bit, did you?
Yeah, it's obvious when people ask you to do that. It's obvious that there's going to be something else that happens that they're going to ask you about.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I've had this done. People do this so often now that it's you kind of want to keep.
Go on, let it play. You'll see what the answer is.
Okay, well, the answer is the top left window and the bottom right window were both turned on 8 times each, which was more than the other two, but that wasn't really the question I wanted to ask. The question I wanted to ask was this. The question I really want to ask is, how many of you noticed while you were doing that the question in the top right-hand corner turned from this to me telling you that you smell of poo? It's a joke, by the way. Well, if you did miss that, you might want to wind back a little bit and check that I'm not pulling your leg. And if you didn't miss it, were you really paying 100% attention to those windows? Because if you were, you would have been employing your System 2 thinking, which tends to blind us to things that we're not putting our concentration into. Ask yourself how often it actually is that accidents are caused where careful drivers, pull out of a junction into the path of an oncoming cyclist. Now, much of the time, this isn't because they're not paying attention. It's because they are concentrating very hard, using their System 2 thinking, but they are concentrating on oncoming traffic. They're not looking for the cyclist. Now, we don't really talk about System 2 thinking much when we're talking about intuition and gut feeling. That's more about System 1. And we've already said that System 1, yes, it processes information at high rates, it recognises patterns, but it also derives context and meanings from our own experiences and memories. But what happens if our own memories are not as reliable as we like to think? There has been an absolutely hideous crime, but you are the great detective here to solve it. You head down to the police station, and after checking CCTV, you realise there have been 2 witnesses. The only problem is these witnesses give different versions of the event. Who are you going to believe? Witness A is Mr. Hunkle McBunkfunkle. He's extremely confident he can recall all the events. You see, since the crime, he has been reliving it every single night by telling all his friends and family. He's very confident he's got it down pat by now. Witness B is a Mr. Nip Twister McButhair. Now, he lives alone. He's not had a chance to retell the story to anybody. In fact, he's tried to distance himself from the event by doing things like housework and alphabetically sorting his packet of M&Ms. So he's less confident in his ability to recall the details correctly. Now, as a detective, what does your intuition tell you? Which of those two witnesses would you find more reliable? My gut feeling would have told me to go for the witness who's been telling the story over and over more often. They're probably less likely to have forgotten those small details. But I might be wrong. This article here from the Criminal Justice magazine references work carried out by Dr. Donna Bridge and states how eyewitness testimony can not always be as reliable as we might think it is. Now, you may be familiar with the term remembering, but if you're not, the main findings from Dr. Bridge's work are on the screen right now. Essentially, what she showed us, when we try to remember an event, we're not actually remembering the event itself. We are remembering the last time we remembered it. In fact, she showed that the more often we remember something, the more errors can creep in. So just like a game of Chinese whispers, the final memory may be very, very different from the original event. Now, just saying that is all well and good, but how did she go about showing it? Well, Dr. Bridge started off on day one by showing everybody a grid on a computer screen that looks like this. She then placed a dot randomly on the grid and asked the participants to try and remember exactly where that dot was. Now, later on that day, the participants were asked to guess where they thought that red dot was, and they typically got it very close, for example, where this green dot is now. Now, remember, this would have been the first time that they were asked to accurately remember that event. But then day 2 comes and they're asked to remember the location again, but this time the participants typically put the dot somewhere around here. This signals that they are remembering their choice from the day before as opposed to the actual original event. And this trend continued, almost like the original event in their memory had been overwritten by the previous times they've tried to remember it. So it turns out that witness testimony might not be as reliable as our gut feeling might tell us, and in fact our memory can be messed with in a few different ways. The misinformation effect refers to the fact that if we're given new information about an event after that event has occurred, it can somehow interfere with our memories, making our memories less accurate. For example, all it might take is an impressionist or a TV host or a famous actor misquoting a movie line on television.
Luke. That's the most misquoted quote of that one. Luke, I'm your father.
Very appropriate for today as well, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Very appropriate.
Yeah, May the 4th be with you. And my father-in-law's birthday.
Father. And suddenly people will start to believe that that was the actual correct line, and they'll reinforce that to themselves every time they remember it, up until the point that when they actually realise the correct line was, "No, I am your father," that they'll be amazed. Now, if that new piece of information is delivered on a large public platform and accessed by a lot of people, then we can get a lot of people very, very confused and can end up with something like the Mandela effect, which will be the subject of another video. But for now, back to System 1 thinking. How easy is it for us to override it, and what techniques can we use to do that? The cognitive reflection test is a popular test used by researchers to test a person's ability to consciously override the tendency to go towards System 1 thinking. So let's give it a go. Pause the video now, have a look at the questions and see what your gut feeling is about each one of these answers. Then, if you want, try and work it out and think a little bit more about it and see if you still come up with the same answer. Now, I'm going to crack on in about 3 seconds, so do make sure you pause it.
Has anyone got this full screen to read it better?
Yeah, do you want me to read the questions out?
Yeah, if you've got a full screen version, it'd be better if someone does it.
Right, question 1. A bat and a ball cost $1.10 in total. The bat costs $1 more than the ball. How much does the ball cost? That's the first question. The second question, if it takes 5 machines 5 minutes to make 5 widgets, how long would it take 100 machines to make 100 widgets? I think it's quite an easy one, that. Number 3, in the lake, there is a patch of lily pads. Every day, the patch doubles in size. If it takes 48 days for the patch to cover the entire lake, how long would it take for the patch to cover half of the lake?
So the first one, I thought it'd be 10. That's the remainder.
No.
A bat and ball costs in total. The bat costs $1 more than the ball.
That doesn't cost $1.
Right, I presume, Dora, that's your answer for the second question. 100.
What's their first question answer?
Well, we've had two answers for the first one, both of which are 5 cents.
I'm a Terry. I can't get my head around it. I was going to say 10 as well. And 5 machines.
3 is actually the easiest one.
5 minutes.
Yeah, number 2 is actually quite simple to work out if you think about it. 5 machines take 5 minutes to make 5 widgets. So 5 machines have made 5 widgets.
5 minutes.
Yeah, that's 1 widget per machine. And how long did it take to make?
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
So 100
That's still be
machines
5 minutes.
making 100 widgets.
100 minutes.
5 minutes.
It's still 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Yeah.
But yeah, number 3, when you think about it, is the easiest of the lot. You ain't really got to work out anything. It's
only because of that favour I asked you this morning.
There you go. Yeah.
Because I've been thinking about it for the last day or so. The reasons. Halving and doubling the areas of things.
Yeah.
Well, so it's not 24 days?
No.
Every day the patch doubles in size. So if it takes 48 days for it to cover the entire lake, how many days ago was it when it covered half the lake, considering it's doubling in size every day? So on day 48, it's covered the entire lake. So when was it covering half the lake? If it doubles in size every day. Somebody's got all 3 right.
Yeah, I just didn't want to give it away.
No.
I think I got it. Yeah.
If it doubles in size every day, and on the final day it's
covering
covered
it
the
all,
entire lake,
it would have been the day before.
The day before, it would have been half the size.
Yeah.
Shall we play and find out?
I'm still trying to work the first one out. And the second one.
Yeah, no, I don't
and the
get that
second
one. Can't get that one.
Of course, the trick to ask is, what percentage of the lake did the patch cover on day 1?
Well, it doesn't matter. That's the joy of that question. It doesn't matter.
Well, no, it doesn't matter. But you could probably work it out.
I suppose. I'm sure you could. But yeah, it's one of those things that, okay, if on the final day it's covered the entire lake, if it's doubling in size every day, then the day before it had to be covering half the lake. And there you go. There's your answer. It was the day before, day 47.
Yeah.
And by inference, day 46, it must have been covering
a quarter of the lake. And so on and so forth.
But it doesn't actually matter how much it covered in all the previous days.
Oh, well,
but you see, the first one, if you say the bat costs $1 more than the ball, and the ball is 10 cents,
the bat would have to cost $1.10.
Yeah. And that immediately gives you a total of $1.20.
Nope, still don't get that.
Well, what you've got to do, you know that the costing total is $1.10. You know the bat costs $1 more than the ball. So if you take $1 away from that, you've got 10 cents left. But that 10 cents has got to be split between the bat and the ball. And if you split it in half, the bat costs $1.05, the ball costs 5 cents. Put the two together, and you've got $1.10, and the bat still costs $1 more than the ball.
Nope,
5 cents.
lost.
Yeah, me and you both, Pippa. Pip. Me and you both, Pip.
Lost, completely lost.
It's a sort of logical deduction, but you just have to approach it the right way. If you know in total it costs $1.10 and the bat costs $1, take that $1 away and you're left with 10 cents.
Yeah.
But that 10 cents has still got to be split between the bat and the ball, because you know.
Okay, got it now. Yes,
Yeah,
bat and the ball.
right.
Yeah, okay.
And the second one is very simple. If 5 machines take 5 minutes to make 5 widgets, then that means that each machine
is going to take 5 minutes.
In 5 minutes. So you know it takes one machine 5 minutes to make a widget. Well, 100 machines making 100 widgets will do it in
5 minutes. Yeah, I got that one. Yeah. Yeah, makes sense now. Okay.
They are these simple sort of questions. They're almost like the silly things of how many of each type of animal did Moses take on the ark? And you'll find that most people will say 2.
But it wasn't Moses.
No, it wasn't Moses that built the ark. It was Noah. You know.
Yeah.
But it's that automatic. It's that automatic. Oh yeah, animals on the ark, 2 of each. Boom, it's 2. No, who built the ark?
You've ignored the Moses, but yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
I think we might have to do the first one a bit more representative in
I got it.
a diagram.
Yeah.
I'd have to draw that one out to figure that one out.
Yeah. We see if you say, okay, the ball costs 10 cents, then the yeah. I can explain it right. I can't explain it wrong.
I got it. I got it with your explanation. I understand it now.
Yeah, if you say the ball costs 10 cents, then the total cost is $1.20.
Correct.
Oh, hello.
Hello, Blue.
Hi, Blue.
Good morning.
Good evening.
The morning math quiz.
Long this afternoon,
Yeah,
Good afternoon. Yeah.
I got an annotation screen on here. We could probably show that one. How to do that one.
So we're at 5, and 47.
Okay, hopefully you've had a go. Now let's go and have a look at what the typical answers are when we rely on our intuition. Now, when psychologist Shane Frederick gave this test to a large number of participants, he found that common answers to these questions were 10 cents, 100 minutes, and 24 days. But in fact, if you pause the video and engage your System 2 thinking, these are the answers you should have come up with. Okay, so again, that's all well and good, but what has that got to do with actually manipulating the type of thinking that somebody's using? Well, take a look at the text in italic on this screen. Now, I know it's harder to read, and that is the point, but please do read it. I'm going to pause for 10 seconds just to give you the...
There's 2 thises in
Got it. Yeah,
There's
that
2
was easy.
thises. I seen that straight away.
It's an awful font, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
When the text was written, hard to
But I
read,
seen
so
that straight
like,
away. That sort of thing.
Yeah.
So the very fact that we've changed the font into a less common one means that it's more difficult for our System 1 thinking to recognise the patterns. And we have to use our System 2 thinking to plough through the text, but while doing that, we're paying more attention to detail. So the candidates who sat the test with that more difficult font tended to do a lot better. So if we want to make something harder to read, it turns out that altering the font is more important than actually altering the words themselves. Perhaps this is why some companies put...
Did anyone notice Dora put a mathematical equation in the peanut gallery for the answer to the question? The first one?
Yes.
That didn't help, Dora.
Complicated and unfair clauses inside the small print because we know that that engages our...
I can read that, even though it's misspelling of it.
Yeah, but as long as the first and last word of every word, first and last letter of every word in the right place, your brain can work out what that word actually says.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you only go with the first letter, really. As long as it's right, it's easy. I did this years ago. Right, I'm nipping out for 10. Back in a wee while.
Okay. Well, there's two these in it though. That's the mistake.
System 2 thinking, and we're less likely to read it. Now, the above text is a nice, easy to read font and should only engage our System 1 thinking. Have a go at reading this.
According to research at Cambridge University, it doesn't matter in what order the letters are. What order the letters in a word are, the, only, important. The important thing is that the first and last letter be at the right place. The rest can be a total mess. And
so you haven't think about it, haven't you?
And you can still read it without problem. This is because the human mind does not read every letter by itself, but the word as a whole.
So the conclusion I draw from this is, if you really want
to... Just 1 second, Terry. John Rapp, I would wash your 30 windows in that setup in a heartbeat. I hope you've got enough money to pay me, though.
Oh, bloody hell.
You won't have enough money.
Yeah, it's like grains of rice on a chessboard, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, happily.
Somebody to pay attention to something, present it in a less easily accessible form. Stop them using their System 1 thinking, make them engage their System 2, and they'll take on much more detail. Now, if what I'm saying is correct, because you were relying less on System 1 thinking when you were reading this, you should have been more likely to spot the fact that I deliberately duplicated the word this. However, when you were reading this, you were relying more on System 1 thinking, so you would have been less likely to realise that I deliberately duplicated the word the.
No, I picked up.
So our intuition, our gut feeling really might not be as reliable as we'd like to think. It is based on past experiences. It can be manipulated. And here's another example of how. So let's test your gut feeling one more time. Do you think there are more or less than 3,000 baked beans in this regular tin? Now, hopefully your gut feeling is giving you an answer to that question, but that's not the question I really want to ask. The question I want to ask you is, how many baked beans do you think are in that can? See if you can guess it to the nearest 100. Now, I know that's a very difficult question to answer, so there's going to be a wide range of responses. What did you think of? Let me know in the comments. Was it 2,500, 3,200? Was it 4,000? Was it 2,000? Well, let's find out what the actual answer is.
Well, they're giving us the answer now.
465.
On average.
Yeah, I mean, that first question is it more or fewer than 3,000 beans? You think, well, that's a hell of a tin if you can get 3,000 beans in there.
Yeah.
Well, that's a super duper size, isn't it?
Yeah, and it turns out they're not actually baked. They're steamed.
Yeah, well, radiators don't radiate and boilers don't boil, but you know.
Yeah. Unless it's a BV in a tank.
Yeah, I suppose, yeah. Vessel boiling for the UK.
Yeah.
I love how the army do that. Always put everything backwards, do they?
Yeah, and I wonder why the Americans think we're weird for having them. There are 465 beans on average. Okay, I was going to go with sort of 200 to 300, but
I initially thought sort of 200 to 300. I was a bit surprised at 465, but 3,000. Christ, that's a hell of a size tin. That'll make you fart. That'd be fair.
We didn't know what size tin it was to start with, did we?
I just assumed it was the standard size tin that we get in the UK.
Yeah, it's not. It wasn't one of the little individual sort of servings.
Yeah, the one that's meant to do like a couple of servings of beans on toast for the kids.
Yeah.
Or you just put the whole lot on 4 slices of toast on your plate and have at it when you're an adult.
Or you just dump it in a measuring jug and blitz it in the microwave for 3 minutes and think, right, that's my cooking for the day.
Well, actually, there are only.
I much prefer them heated in a pan. It doesn't take that much longer either.
Yeah, that's just something else you've got to wash afterwards.
Got a washing machine. Sorry, a dish. I keep calling the dishwasher the washing machine.
Well, it does wash. It does wash.
Yeah, I keep telling people it does wash.
My washing machine was broken. Dishwasher was broken last year.
No, John Rapp, you can't put cans in the microwave. That's why you pour them in one of the old Pyrex measuring jugs.
Yeah.
And you put a little bit of cling film over the top with a couple of holes stabbed in it to stop it all sort of splatting everywhere. And you stick it in the microwave for 3 minutes. Then you grab your spoon and you just eat them out of the measuring jug. Really, really lazy eating.
Yeah, and you could even chuck a couple of a couple of pieces of that cheese stuff. Yeah, the sliced cheese stuff. You know what I mean? The processed crap.
Yeah.
The kids enjoy that.
Okay.
465 beans in an average tin, nowhere near that 3,000. But if your guess was in or around that 3,000 mark, then you've let your gut feeling be controlled by something called anchoring. Anchoring is a form of cognitive bias which makes us rely far too heavily on the first piece of information we're given about a subject. So for example here, I gave you the number 3,000, which in most cases will definitely have influenced your guess. And how many times have we all been a victim of that? How many times have I, for example, logged onto Amazon and seen a big red sale sign across a product telling me that there's 50, 60, 70% off? Well, studies have shown that when we get that information first, it weighs far too heavily in our judgment, more heavily even than looking at the specifications and the reviews about the product. And I've bought some right old junk, honestly. Anyway, back to intuition. What else can affect it? How about the availability bias? In 1973, In 1973, these two guys here did an experiment that demonstrated the availability bias. They rounded up a large group of people with more easily pronounceable names, and they asked them this simple question: what is more common, words beginning with the letter K or words with the letter K as the third letter? Now in reality, the letter K appears as the third letter in a word far, far more commonly than it does the first letter. However, because it only takes System 1 thinking to think of words that begin with the letter K, for example kangaroo and kettle, but it requires much more effort to think of words that have the letter K as the third letter, this is how people tended to vote. So the availability bias tells us that our gut reactions relies far too heavily on information that's very easy to bring to mind, and that includes recent memories. Now, companies take advantages of this all the time. For example, lottery companies are constantly shoving pictures of...
Terry, what your first question should be there with the letters is, what language are we doing this in? But on you go.
Faces down our throats, making it really easy for us to recall those images and gain a false sense of how likely it actually is for us to win the lottery. Now, at the start of this video, I did ask you if you had a bad feeling about it, and maybe you did, maybe you didn't, and that'll be based on your own personal experiences. But for me, making and researching this video has taught me that I really need to be more careful and look out deliberately for the tactics that companies are using to try and manipulate my own gut feeling and my own intuition, and there will definitely be a follow-up video on this. But for now, if you want to vote on future topics for Myth Monday, if you want to vote on future topics for my other channel, Conspiracy Cats, and if you want access to a monthly blooper video which will contain outtakes and behind the scenes across all my channels, then please consider hitting that join button below. But if you don't, never mind, and I will see you next time.
Cool. Right. Do you want to go back to that first question, Terry?
Yes.
Right. Okay. Let's.
Yeah, I've got an annotation tool I can use on here.
Okay. It's quite simple when you look at it.
It'll make it easier if you use it. How do I use that again, Alan? I've got it set. Is it the whiteboard?
Yeah, whiteboard.
Oh, I can't make it smaller. Bugger. How do I get it so it fits?
No, whiteboard will.
Yeah, but it's not working for me.
What's it doing for you?
I've got it almost full screen. I don't know what you see.
Yeah, it's gonna be almost full screen. I think that's how it works because it's Zoom, and Zoom is difficult about these sorts of things.
Does it work better there?
That's fine. I'm just waiting for to see what the peanuts are getting.
Yeah, I'm putting it down in the corner to see if it'll actually show up in the corner.
It now looks square, whereas before it was
rectangular.
It was full screen before.
Yeah, that fills the full window.
Does that mean I have to share it as well?
For some reason, I don't.
No, I can't share it. I haven't got it as a shared. Oh yeah, I could have done that. I can do that.
They're only seeing the persistence of. Oh, there we go.
Is that working?
Now you've got it. That's working.
Does it matter if they see?
We're seeing your. That's it. Now we're seeing it full screen. Brilliant. Perfect.
Yeah, but do we?
Now you can draw on it.
Yeah, but do we see the Zoom chat, participant chat?
They are. Yeah, you need to minimise those by clicking the minimise button.
Okay, now what? That's it. Move that up there out of the way.
That's it. Now they see everything.
Now everyone else can do this. Can do the drawing. Somebody else should be able to draw now.
Ow.
Should have the annotation drop down at the top.
Nope.
Huh?
Oh, I have.
Where do you find it? At the top?
At the top where it says view options, if you click on view options, there's annotate, which I have.
Yep.
So I'm now in text. So I should be able to say...
yeah, look, there you go. There's me drawing.
Full costs $1.10. Bing, can you see that?
There you go.
Yeah.
Hey!
And everyone out in the Pinot
right.
gallery should see this as normal screen.
So the question was the VAT costs, what was it, $1 more than the and I can't spell. I always do. Sir, I always do that. Right, now you said that the ball must cost 10 cents, yeah?
Well, that's what I'm thinking. It should be.
Right.
It's $1 more than $1.10.
So we'll say the ball costs 10 cents. Oh, come out of that. Right. If the ball costs 10 cents and the bat costs $1 more than that, that means that the bat must cost $1.10. Yeah? If you're saying that the ball costs 10 cents and that the bat costs $1 more than the ball, then that means that the bat must be 110 and the ball at 10. Add those two together and you get $1.20.
Yeah, you need to be hitting the enter key a bit more often.
I know, but that's the conclusion you were coming to. If you say the ball costs 10 cents, then the bat, which costs $1 more, must cost $1.10. You add the two together and you get $1.20. Well, that's wrong because the bat and the ball cost $1.10. Do you see the mistake in the thinking there? It's perfectly logical for you to go, oh, well, if the bat costs $1 more, then the ball must be 10 cents. But that means the bat now costs $1.10 because the bat costs $1 more than the ball.
Oh, apparently you might want to up your font size a bit, farmers.
Oh, bloody hell.
And pick a really dark colour.
I just went with whatever was there.
Yeah, I know.
How do I get rid of it?
See, I can just do it like that. There you go.
Okay, do it like go on, do it like that then. Right.
So the bat and the ball cost that total.
Yes, $1.10.
But
if the ball,
and you know that the bat costs $1 more than the ball.
So yep. Just subtract $1 from $1.10.
Yeah, and that leaves you 10 cents. But that
Right.
isn't the price of the ball.
No, it's half that.
Correct. But that's what we're trying to get to here. I think that's the bit that Terry got lost on. Because like Kat said in this video, most people will automatically say, oh, well, the ball costs 10 cents. But it can't. Because if the ball costs 10 cents, that means the bat must cost $1.10. And that straight away is more than the original total cost. Correct. The bat is $1 more than the ball. So if you take it, the way you work it out is as Blue's just said. If you take that $1 away from the original total cost of $1.10, you're left with 10 cents. But that cost has got to be split between the bat and the ball. So you just, as there's only two items, you divide it in
because
half.
the bat and the ball is the total cost.
The bat and the ball cost $1.10 in total. The bat costs $1 more than the ball. So whatever price the ball is, that has to be included in the price of the bat as well. So when you said, oh, the ball costs 10 cents, and that means the bat must cost $1.10, which that makes the total $1.20. Well, it's wrong because we know the total is $1.10. But if you take the dollar away from the $1.10, because you know that the bat costs $1 more than the ball, if you take that out of the total cost, you're left with 10 cents. But you need to split that 10 cents between the bat and the ball, and that's how you end up with $1.05 for the bat, 5 cents for the ball. That gives you the total of $1.10, and that still means that the bat weighs $1 more than the ball. The bat doesn't cost $1, it just has to be $1 more than the ball costs.
Yeah, algebraically, it's x plus $1 equals $1.10.
Yeah.
I give up. I still can't see it.
You can't see how that works. I can't think of a clearer way to explain it, to be honest.
No, neither can I. It's hard when your brain just goes, but it's $1, so it's 10 cents.
Yeah, but that wasn't what was in the original statement. It didn't say the bat was $1. It said the bat was $1 more.
Yeah, it would probably be easier if you didn't use nice round numbers like 1 and 10 as well.
I don't know. I think it makes it easier.
Well, it makes the math. I'm just trying to think of a way you can make it. Not that no, it's not.
The question does highlight that the point that Catz was making throughout the whole video is you do tend to you jump to the conclusion. You make the assumption straight away because that's just how your brain tends to work if you let it. The same with the machines. I've seen that sort of machines making thingamajigs or whatever they're called, widgets, before, and it's very similar to if you've got so many men digging a hole and it takes them such an amount of time. How many men will dig it in this amount of time and blah blah blah.
Can I make a suggestion?
By all means, do.
Yeah. How about you type out on your screen there, type out bat plus ball equals $1.10.
Yeah, that's what's
Can you
up
do
there
that?
now. Yeah, that's what's up there now, isn't it?
I just want it in mathematical form, like bat plus ball equals $1.10.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, I see. I see what you mean. That. Something like that.
Right, now under that, straight under that,
Yep.
I want you to write bat minus ball equals 0.10.
Yeah, let me do it in a larger font.
Hang on. That's fine. All right. Now, can you
Because
draw a
the
line?
peanuts
Can you
can't
draw a
see it.
line under? Can you draw a line under those?
Peanuts see it fine. Better than we do.
Something like that.
Right.
There were some
now,
complaints earlier.
I'm watching it.
Yeah, it's a bit fuzzy, isn't it, on the live stream?
Go on then, Alan. If you've got a better font and colour already set up, because otherwise I'll have to go in and bugger about with it all. Well, somebody's doing something because I keep seeing the cursor move.
Oh, I'm hitting enter, but I'm not seeing it come up on the.
There we go. We got it. I must just have better glasses than you lot. I don't know. Or a bigger screen, whatever. I can read my eye. Yeah, there you go. Bat plus ball, bat minus ball.
The line under it.
Yep. Yeah, is that right? Bat minus ball.
That's what.
No, that should be.
Yeah, that's better. Sorry, my internet keeps dropping out. So
yeah, but it isn't bat minus ball, is it?
Yeah,
Bat
that's
minus
right.
ball is $1.
Equals $0 is $0.10. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so there's 10 cents difference between the two. So now, if you
the ball,
yeah,
okay.
That's right. So now, if you subtract those two equations or add them, it might be easier. So if you add them, you get 2 bats. No, hang on.
No,
I'm telling you.
Hang on.
It's not 10 cents, it's $1.
Oh, yeah, equals $1. That's right. Yeah.
Not
yeah,
10 cents.
You're right. Equals $1. Yeah. I got it the wrong way around. Yeah. Can you change that to $1 instead of 10 cents?
Minus ball equal. equals 1.00.
No, that's the same. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's fine.
I couldn't edit it, and it all went. No,
Wow.
it just.
Yeah, that's easy. Just delete it and start again. Yeah.
Yeah, but then the background go. You put it. It doesn't show you the background, and then when you put it in, it shows. This is rather a weird drawing thing,
isn't it? Just.
Oh, the eraser erases all of it.
Okay.
Okay, text. Bat plus ball equals 1.10.
I think I can whittle a bat and a ball out of a can of beans quicker than you work with this.
Equals 1.00.
Yes. Okay. So now if you add those two equations together, just like a maths sum, bat plus bat equals 2 bats, but ball minus ball equals 0. So on that side of the equation, you've got 2 bats. And on the other side, you get $1.10 plus $1 equals $2.10. Right? So 2 bats equals $2.10. If you write that underneath there.
Bat equals 2.10.
Yeah.
There you go. I even put in the proper time symbol for you.
Yeah. So that means that 1 bat must be $1.05.
No. Yeah.
It's a lot easier just working it out in your head.
Over 2 bats over. Two times bat divided by 2 equals 1.05.
This is terrible. Now we got 2 bats and no balls.
Maybe we need to go see Susie.
I have a banana.
I think Susie's got plenty of balls, if I remember correctly.
More importantly, Terry, does that make sense?
Terry's gone.
Oh, I don't blame you.
No, I'm still here.
My internet keeps dropping out about every couple of minutes, so I don't know what's going on.
Terry, how does that work for you there now?
No.
What we've done?
No. I'm still lost. We'll let it go.
Cool.
Just don't ask me to go and buy a bat and a ball.
Well, you can go out and buy a bat and a ball. It's $1.10. You'll have your bat and your ball.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who cares how much each individual element costs? As a total, it costs you $1.10.
Yeah.
Well, that is no news. It's back in it.
Now I've got to get out of here.
Oh, yeah, you've got to stop sharing the air. There it goes.
I'm back in case you didn't hear that.
And Pep, we just asked, as we did the equation, we ran out of balls. Is it Susie we need to go and ask for her balls?
Yes, yes, she's got a couple.
Good old Susie.
I believe Mr. Nuts and Mr. Balls have got some as well. You could ask them.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. Isn't it bizarre the things you see come up in your Twitter stream? The Alaska School Board has removed The Great Gatsby from the curriculum.
Why?
Well, they removed several. The Great Gatsby, along with a couple of other books, have been removed because apparently it's loaded with sexual references. Invisible Man has bad language, and the classic Catch-22 includes violence. And they can't possibly have their poor, delicate little students reading books like that.
Yeah, but Catch-22 is a brilliant piece of literature.
Oh, God, yeah. I think
it's not a half bad movie either.
I've tried several times to read it and couldn't get by the first page.
Have you seen the latest the adaptation they did for it, that short series that was out, I think, last year? That's quite good.
Yep.
Yeah, because obviously we all remember the film, but they had another go at it last year, I think. It's on either Netflix or Amazon. I can't remember which. I think it was anyway. But yeah, no, that was quite a good adaptation. Yeah, because you think, oh, they're doing a film with a classic book. You think, oh God, here we go. They're going to ruin it.
Yeah, it's always difficult when people create screenplays because you can't really put everything that's in the book in the movie, can you?
No, but as Richard,
you can. It just takes.
Yeah, but as Richard Dawkins has pointed out, he said many commentators have read this have said, well, why don't you ban the Bible? I mean, that's that. Yeah. And Shakespeare, Gone with the Wind. He said, oh look, Jane Austen glorifies heterosexual marriage. Well, you can't have that. It's a bit daft.
Yeah, but there again, it depends. It depends on which side it is banning. Which side of the political spectrum is banning the books, doesn't it?
Yeah. Bleeding heart liberals, by the sounds of it.
Well, you know, the other side of the political spectrum is also quite keen to ban a number of classic books that would be read in school. I think, especially in the States, from what I have read.
Oh, so a lot of them don't like Harry Potter, do they?
Well, I mean, when you read about the fact that there are atheists in places like Texas that would rather send their kids to a Catholic school than a supposedly non-religious public school, because they will get a better education and actually be taught stuff like science correctly. That says rather a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, they've removed I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings. I'm not familiar with that one. Catch-22. The Things They Carried, The Great Gatsby, and The Invisible Man. At the Matsu Borough School District.
Anyway, we digressed.
Of course. We always do. That was my fault. It's my fault. Because I picked my phone up and looked at Twitter and thought, oh, hello.
Yeah, because Terry won't keep us under control.
Back to voting then.
Yeah, what's that leave us with? Paul?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah. Well, we had 6 with what's 2.
I can count to 4.
Hey.
Yeah.
No, it always makes me chuckle when I see that sort of thing, because I started reading from a very early age. I mean, the crap we had to read at school was ridiculous. They're damn near Janet and John stories, and I'm reading Isaac Asimov's Foundation trilogy, you know.
Yeah.
Sean straight in with a 2.
Oh, Sean Smith fell for it.
Why?
Oh, did he?
No, Alan said vote now.
Ah, he
And
put
then
the
put the
now
one
in
to- oh,
between.
I thought I'd trick him.
You did trick him.
I thought I'd trick him out.
You did trick him. Because John usually puts now when I usually vote 1 to 4, but you put the now in. Ah.
Yeah.
Chris is
has
going
he?
now.
David Icke's YouTube and Facebook accounts have been terminated. They should have done that quite a while ago, to be honest. But
yeah, I seen that yesterday.
better late than never. Oh, he's a complete crackpot.
I have a movie recommendation.
Oh, yeah.
Let's hear it.
Yesterday.
Aren't you going to tell us today?
No, we've got to go back to yesterday to hear it.
It's the name of the film.
I've already seen it. That's a good film, that.
A romantic comedy.
Yeah, it's a bit of a crowd pleaser, but it's fun. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I didn't mind it. It was good.
The Mrs.
Stop voting.
The Mrs. Afternoon. We enjoyed it. It was fun.
Oh, it's that one about the Beatles.
Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah. Is it good?
Well, it's not about the Beatles. It's about the guy who reinvented the Beatles because
he's the only one who can remember their music.
Yeah.
That's a shame.
He got hit by a bus and he woke up in some kind of alternative reality where the Beatles never existed. But he still remembered the songs. So he plagiarized all the Beatles songs and he got very famous for it. It's good. It's fun.
And there was the odd 1 or 2 people that did remember too, besides him.
There were 2 people that somehow remembered them as well. Yeah, that's right. Hey, spoilers, Terry.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
They filmed some of that here in Great Yarmouth. Well, across the river in Galston, actually. But the beach.
It was supposedly Lowestoft, I think. It was supposed.
I'm just reading the description.
It was filmed. The beach scenes were filmed on Galston Beach. I know because they made a big fuss about it when they did it, and I bet they stopped anybody going on the bloody beach because hey, we can.
Yeah, but if you're not a local,
public access,
who's going to spot the difference between Yarmouth and Lowestoft? Unless you know that stretch of coast, halfway well. I just finished. What did I finish watching last night? That was streaming. One of those sort of Viking era dramas. The Last Kingdom.
The Last Kingdom, yeah, the one very, very loosely based on the.
I can't remember what it's based on.
Bernard Cornwell books series. We started with The Last Kingdom.
Every time it goes to what is now known as Aylesbury, and it shows you Aylesbury nested in amongst all these hills, and I'm thinking, no, it's not. That's not what Aylesbury looks like at all. You're hoping that nobody who lives in the area know what the land around Aylesbury actually bloody looks like. There aren't any hills.
You know you're in Aylesbury because there's loads of ducks there, right?
Not that I remember.
Yeah, and today we watched Yesterday, and yesterday we watched Judy. Has anyone seen that?
No.
That's pretty good. That's a good movie too.
I found out how you
Judy Garland, is it?
Yeah, it's about Judy Garland. Yeah, that's a good movie too.
You have to watch films with a wife, don't you?
That's right. Yeah, those are both films you can watch with the missus.
Thankfully, my ex, her idea of an ideal film that we had to watch many times was Kill Bill Part 1.
What about the other bits of Kill Bill?
Part 2, yeah, occasionally, because she preferred Part 1. I don't know how many times we watched the first half of Kill Bill. That was her. She hated rom-coms. That's one thing I can never criticise her for. Her taste in movies was spot on. I never had to sit through rom-coms. Thankfully.
Well, quite out of character for my wife is The Shining. She likes that movie a lot. We've watched that up together many times.
Excellent film, just needed to up its pace a little bit, I feel.
No, it's perfect. It's perfect the way it is. That's a classic movie.
Hello.
It doesn't need anything. It doesn't need anything doing to it. Nothing added or taken away. It's perfect as it is.
We're trying to give the hint.
You could have just pressed play.
Yeah, you're the one who's in charge.
Oh, I got to get the thing back. How do you get that back now? Oh, here it is.
Oh no.
Here we go.
Oh, here's someone else going to violate physics, eh? Demonstrate cold moonlight.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first.
No, he's not. It's being Furball.
Moonlight test. First thing I want to do is do it. Everybody has been asking me. Point this thing at the sky. So as you can see, the light coming directly off the moon. Oh, 38, negative 38. Negative 33, negative 34. So even though it's in the negative, the moonlight is warmer than the air. Now before we go in and talk about the experiment, let's take a look at the ground. I am in a cul-de-sac. You can see the ground anywhere between 15, 16 C. I'm doing a circle. And here's the experiment. It's hard to tell, but on the left-hand side I've got a table, chair, laptop pulling data from temperature sensors, some other equipment, and then on the right is my 8-inch Schmidt-Cassegrain telescope. And you can see I have 3 dowel rods coming off the back of it with a sheet of plywood attached. Now, the eyepiece has been completely removed, so there's no obstruction, no extra lensing coming off the back. This is just the concentration from the primary and secondary mirrors of the telescope. And you can't see it in this, but I'll do a side-by-side. There's a perfect image of the moon being cast upon this cardboard. And that image, just to make sure, I've got to shine a little bit of a light so we can see something. There we go. This is one of the temperature sensors. And let's find the end of it. That's a piece of tape right there. That is the end. You can actually kind of see the moonlight there. So we are at 13.1, 13. That is concentrated moonlight. It's a crescent moon, or half moon. 13.2. And then as we come out, right here would be in shade from the moonlight behind the telescope. And then as we come over farther, in direct moonlight again. So 12 degrees at the edge, direct moonlight. 13, low 13s for the shade. And then in the concentrated moonlight right there, 13.2. So as of right now, I can say that there is no evidence to support moonlight having a cooling effect on this cardboard. About 20 minutes ago, I put the cover on the telescope. So for 20 minutes, there has been no concentrated moonlight being cast upon the backboard. So let's check it out. Okay, that is the end of the sensor. That is about where the moon was casting, and we are now at 11.1.
This is a preliminary proof of concept. No definitive conclusions are being made. The measurement of the temperature by the FLIR camera was not methodically conducted for placement on the cardboard, but will be done so during the actual experimental runs. I did not use the IR thermometer because I honestly forgot that it was in my toolbox. The temperature sensors provided by Where's Wally were used, and the concentrated light did register an average of 0.3 degrees Celsius decrease. This decrease also registered on the open air thermometer. However, the 4 sensors have historically had variations between the 4 even as they're bundled together. I'm going to do calibration tests of the 4 sensors as they're bundled together to see the variations between the 2 as they are physically tied. Data will be gathered across multiple days to see the variations within the sensors. From this run, I've learned a few lessons that I'm going to apply for the future tests. Number 1, take the no moonlight test data first. My plan is to align the telescope shortly after moonrise and then immediately set the sensors up and then cover the mouth of the scope. I'll then allow the scope to track the moon for several hours without exposing the sensors to concentrated moonlight. Then I'll remove the cover and take several more hours with the concentrated moonlight for more data. Number 2, adjust the scope, not the sensors. I didn't have a perfect alignment for my scope, so the moon was slowly drifting across the cardboard. To correct for this, I physically moved the sensor back under the concentrated moonlight. It never did leave the moon while it was attached, but it was getting close to the edge. This also resulted in the sensor being out of the moonlight briefly while I was making the adjustments. Next time, I'll continuously adjust the scope to keep the moon on the sensor rather than the sensor under the moonlight. Number 3, charge the FLIR during the run. I used the FLIR multiple times during the run, however I didn't make videos each time, I just wanted to see what the sensors were reading. But I didn't pay attention to what the internal battery was on it. This resulted in the last video, this one you're looking at now, to be cut short because the battery died. Note to self, charge while it's not in use. And number 4, take FLIR readings from the ground below the scope about every hour. Next week, weather and work permitting, I plan to run several experiments on the days before, of, and after the full moon. Each night will only be with one different backing material. I have cardboard, wood, and rubber as backstop material to see the differences in the temperature effects based upon the moon. If anybody sees anything else that they feel would make this test more valid and remove variables that I'm not thinking of, feel free to leave a comment below. All the input I've gotten so far has been very valuable, and I appreciate everyone's input. As of yet, I have not heard from any flat earthers as to how I can make this better to suit their needs, but again, I will gladly listen. So, thank you for joining me. Stay tuned for more.
Well, he's done the one thing that when that first came out, the one thing I thought was, don't use a FLIR, use thermocouples.
Bye. Oh.
I missed a bit. John said, is he using contact thermometers? I don't know what that means.
He's using thermocouples. Ha ha, I got Dora.
Now then.
Vote.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but you put now?
I put 1 to 3, now then. Then I said, right, stop. 3.
You're trying to do it ass up, Alan. I know. I can see that.
Well, I thought I'd throw him a curve to see if I could catch him.
Yeah. Sean said now. Stop 3 wins.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I didn't say now, did I? Bloody hell. I'm forgetting the rules. I can't keep up with it. It's too
You're making your own
complicated.
rules up, and you're not abiding by it. Yeah, there we go. Now, so 3 wins.
Yeah, I hope these are not too long ones, Terry, because it's starting to get.
Yeah, we're up.
Starting to get time. I've got to go around the petrol station and get some bread.
How long does it take you to drive there and back?
Well, it takes me about 5 minutes to drive there and 5 minutes to drive back, and about 3/4 of an hour to figure out what I'm going to buy. There's going to be a loaf of bread and a bottle of milk and chocolate stuff. Chocolate stuff and/or cakes and/or biscuits.
Well, I've got one that runs for a minute, and I've got one that runs for 11 minutes, and I've got one that runs for 13 minutes. Out of the 3.
Well, otherwise you'll just have to. Otherwise you'll just have to.
Well, I'll be down to A and B after this.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you'll have to type it in the side chat because
You can't. Yeah.
Packet of chocolate hobnobs, eh? Because I don't actually have to stay here till the end, but anyway, press play.
Okay. We'll have a bit of Isaac. We haven't had Isaac for a while.
Oh, well, I understand much Isaac.
I'm muting him, helps.
Good motherfuckers, the Buttsman here. I hope you're doing not bad. I know you're going to read the title of this video and you're immediately going to think, wow, that bloke with the beard is the biggest piece of shit that I've ever seen in the entire world. And you, my friend, would be correct. But this video is not so much about trying to be a horrible person. It's more about trying to prove a point that hopefully will help people rather than hinder them with their own lives. You see, there's a lot of people pushing something very unhealthy, and I think that I need to talk about it. In a world where we are trying desperately not to die, from organ transplants to stem cells to cancer treatments to a whole range of anti-aging medicine, all we are trying to do from the moment that we start to become vain is not die. It is built into our DNA. We don't want to die. And yet, at the very same time that we are all hiding in our homes from a scary, invisible devil, from some invisible illness, we are promoting something that kills far more people than that particular illness. We're being told not to go anywhere near our grandparents because we might kill them, and yet we are constantly being barraged with the idea that it is okay and it is healthy to be overweight. And that's what this video is about. There is a reason that we see large fat fuckers, and I'm not talking about people who are, 4 weeks in isolation, eating too much and drinking too much piss fat. I'm talking small moons here. There is a reason that we see them as unappealing. And simply, it's because they are sick. They are sick people with no self-control. Of all the people who die every single year in the first world, 20% of them are because they're fat fucks. Which is why shit like this is highly retarded.
If you see an image of us, fat women, being happy and loving ourselves, there's someone trolling on us, asking us why do we love ourselves the way that we are. We are in Henderson, North Carolina for the first annual fat camp.
Like honestly, what the fuck is this? Fat camp? This is ridiculous that people look at this shit and think it is okay. It is exactly the same as going up to someone who is obviously abusing drugs or smoking 6 packets of cigarettes a day and saying, hey, I'm really proud of you. You're really powerful. Good on you for having black lung. You're fucking killing it, mate. Surely as a society we can realise that it is not okay to promote this shit. And I know it firsthand. I know how much it sucks. To cut a fat story short, I was a very fat child. I lived my entire childhood as a fat boy. When I was 6 years old, I had a 6-pack, and then I discovered Foxtel and chips, and I destroyed said 6-pack. But as I got older, I discovered alcohol. I was still playing sport and all that type of stuff and doing a lot of exercise. But I realized how important diet is because I quickly got to 134 kilograms. That's 297 pounds or something, almost 300 pounds. Now I'm 6'8". I'm a big dude anyway, so I'm going to be heavy. But that's way too much. So I ate a ketogenic diet, and the reason I ate a ketogenic diet is because I had epilepsy, well I have epilepsy, and I thought it would help. It did help, which is awesome. I also, as a byproduct, lost almost 100 pounds. I got down to 94 fucking kilos, but that was a bit too thin. Anyway, 18 months later, I was back up to 124, and that was during this whole YouTube time. Now, there's a lot of reasons that happened. Number one is I was on tour for most of that time, and I ate way too much shit food, far too much Maccas, and I had the influence of tour manager Zach Wild, he loves eating Maccas. Alongside that, I also developed a panic disorder, which I'm not going to go into now. It's a serious problem that a lot of people have. It's to do with anxiety and all that type of stuff, and that was related to the whole epilepsy situation. But one way to control feeling anxious and panicking all the time was to eat food. So instead of sitting on my lounge every single night freaking and panicking for no solid reason, I would just continuously graze through food. Now, that wasn't bad food because I was on a keto diet at the same time, but it was too many calories. And thus, I put the weight on and became a fat fuck again. Now, the Buttsman, he's been training hard over the last 6 months and he's back down to 114 kilos. So go fucking me. Anyway, I was fat shamed my entire life and it absolutely sucks. But I think a worse outcome than being fat shamed would be for people to tell me my entire life of how powerful and brave I look. That's such bullshit. It's feeding the fat problem. Being fat is terrible for your sex life, you're making friends, all that shit. It's terrible. But you know what it's worse for? It's worse for your health. Simply, it's going to kill you at some point. You have to be told. If you don't do it yourself, you have to be told. Or eventually, one day you will expand and expand and expand until you pop. But now more than ever, it is so common to see celebrities or everyday people being celebrated, mainly overweight women, for their gross bodies. It's blokes too. James Corden last year, who's a dude off the telly. I know who the fuck watches the telly anymore. He had a stoush with Bill Maher, who was also off the telly, and it was all about Bill Maher making fun of fat people and encouraging the population to fat shame.
Some amount of shame is good. We shame people out of smoking and into wearing seatbelts. We shame them out of littering, and most of them out of racism. Shame is the first step in reform. It's what goads people into saying, maybe I can do better, as opposed to, I'm always perfect the way I am, how dare you?
Is Bill wrong there? No, not even slightly. James then went on to grandstand about how it's okay to be overweight and fat and it's not okay to talk about it and you need to shut up about it, Bill, and all this shit. But in that case, James not only dodged the salads, but he also dodged the point that this will eventually kill you.
A study conducted by the University of Michigan Health System found that childhood obesity is directly linked to poverty. But, fun fact, if you shame obese children, Whole Foods will give them free salads. I'm kidding, that's not how Whole Foods works. Defects in the leptin gene are linked directly to obesity. They are, and here's a fun fact. If you shame the gene, it actually fixes itself. I'm kidding, that's not how science works.
Oh, and listen to his crowd just screaming and cheering every single time he says anything. This was one of the big controversies in 2019, but it surrounded men, and that was rare. Usually this fat acceptance movement surrounds fat women. And we see it a lot. We see it on Instagram, we see it on magazines and TV shows, that everyone is powerful and brave if they got a big fat gut. Because there's no sexy, brave, voluptuous, powerful men. No, they're just fat cunts. One of these fat-shaming controversies came when someone made a comment about a large pop star named Lizzo. Now, I don't want to pretend I know much about Lizzo other than her name sounds eerily like Lezzo. But I'll give you some education. Lizzo is fucking huge. Take from that what you will. She is very talented, no doubt. She has a lot of hit songs, but in the current climate of the world where fat acceptance is absolutely paramount, she is so marketable, it makes you think, is she popular because of her music or popular because of her waist? Am I saying she's popular and famous and she's a celebrity because she is fat? Sure, who gives a fuck? Why not? In fact, according to this reputable news source, Indy 100, some people are even scared of Lizzo because they are fat-phobic. Lizzo became the fat champion, the bulge beauty, when former The Biggest Loser host Jillian Michaels had this to say.
Why are we celebrating her body? Why does it matter? That's what I'm saying. Like, why aren't we celebrating her music? Because it isn't going to be awesome if she gets diabetes. Well, I want to ask you... I'm just being honest. Like, I love her music, but there's never a moment where I'm like, and I'm so glad that she's overweight.
How is that not perfectly correct? I know it's not politically correct, but it's perfectly correct. It's not bowing down to Lizzo's delicate sensibilities, but it's perhaps what people need to hear. Oh, that's right. This is the fucking internet where facts are not as important as other people's feelings. Boo fucking who. It wasn't just Julian Michaels, it was Dr. Boyce Watkins on Twitter. Hashtag Lizzo, popular because there's an obesity epidemic in America. Rather than encouraging people to do better, we are simply lying to them. And that's such a key point. And telling them that they are just fine the way they are. Unfortunately, many of these people are dying from diabetes and heart disease. Having your foot chopped off just to be brave and proud is not acceptable. But then again, what would Dr. Boyce Watkins know? He's just a bloke with a master's degree in mathematical statistics. Yeah, what the fuck would he know about statistics? As you can imagine, every pro-social justice group came out in support of Lizzo, and she needed that support because she can't support her own massive frame. Every article that I read, in fact, mentioned that Lizzo has clapped back. And I just don't know what clapped back means. Maybe that's because I'm a dirty white boy. I don't know. But all I can imagine it means is her thighs clapping as she walks to the fridge. There's another news article from these cocksuckers at Vox. Now, Vox are full of fucking idiots, but this is talking about Michaels, Jillian Michaels. She is implicitly stating that Lizzo needs to change her body through weight loss. Once again, nothing wrong with that. Based on her assumptions about Lizzo's lifestyle and health. You can assume quite a bit about that. And is stigmatizing fat bodies in the process. Weight stigma is known to have negative health effects whilst also encouraging less healthy behaviours. You know what else is known for encouraging negative health effects? Being the size of the moon! And if you want to know more about Lizzo clapping back, then how about this?
I'm Professor Lizzo and twerk school is now in session.
Oh, Jesus Christ, don't tell me she's going to start twerking.
I like to tell them to go forward first because they know how to do that. Everybody know how to do this because everybody big old freak. Let all the muscles fly on your body. You know what I mean?
Lizzo, I don't know what muscles you're referring to there. They are protruding quite a distance from your abdomen and they seem to go all the way around. Either you're hiding a donut under that shirt, the size of which would only support people in a pool, but you're full of shit, Lizzo. They're not muscles at all. Muscles don't jiggle like that. You don't see blokes with big fucking biceps just drooping down, alright? You got a big gullet. You got a gunt. That's what you got. You got a big old fucking gunt and you're shaking that gunt around. Gunt being the combination of the words gut and the C word.
So this happens to me a lot when I'm supposed to be paying attention to somebody, but there's music playing and I'll just be standing there and they'll be like, Lizzo, it's really important that you understand this small detail or else everything, and I'll just be standing there like this.
And cut scene right there because Lizzo's breathing too hard. I think the reason I bring up all this twerking business is if she was a young, fit, attractive girl and she was doing exactly this, she would be accused of being a slut, a whore, leading people on, all that type of stuff, just because she's shaking her ass. Now, she is not being accused of that because she is a brave, powerful, voluptuous woman. Now, that is a fucking double standard, all right? If you celebrate fat people as healthy people, then you also must celebrate anorexic people as healthy people as well, because they are both in dire need of help. And it's not Lizzo's problem, all right? She seems like a nice lady, and I am the asshole for making fun of her. The problem is the media. The mainstream media, people on Instagram as well, feminists, all this type of stuff that push this idea that fat is beautiful. I agree, you should be happy in your own skin, but you also shouldn't be unhealthy. Encouraging people not to try and help themselves through proper diet and exercise is not helping anything. In fact, it's only feeding the problem. Ladies and gentlemen, be a good motherfucker. Peace in the Middle East, be extinct, and I'll see you all very soon. Toodaloo, bye.
Well, as he would say, as a fat fuck who's suffered with, struggled with being overweight all my life, I completely and utterly agree with him.
Yeah. I tried that keto diet, the ketogenic diet, for several months. And yes, you do lose weight, but it's extraordinarily difficult to maintain it because it's so boring. No more than 20 grams of carbohydrate a day. No bread, no pasta, no rice, no potato.
Oh, right, okay. So,
Yeah.
So basically all carbs, no pasta. Basically all... Is that the one where you can eat fried shit and stuff, but no...
Basically, what you're doing, if you get rid or cut out most of your carbs, you have to replace it with fat and protein because your body's much more adapted to burning fat than it is carbs. But you have to be very careful because everything you go out and buy is packed full of carbs because they make it low fat. When they remove the fat, they replace it with carbs. Everything's got carbs in it.
Yeah, I know. When my ex was first diagnosed as being diabetic and was, I was basically having to totally care. The trying to figure out how many carbs were in what was a bloody nightmare because obviously diabetics carb count, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, I have to be careful because I'm still borderline type 2 diabetic. I've nearly got it sus, but I just got to lose some more weight. But yeah, you have to watch your sugar intake, and sugar is a carbohydrate, and you end up looking at everything when you go shopping for food. You check everything out, and you'd be surprised just what's crammed full of carbohydrates. But unfortunately, everything I love to eat is carb heavy. So
yeah, I think we both might be in that. And unfortunately, I feel like food is my friend, and I like eating it too much.
And I've tried all the alternative recipes of things. You cannot make ketogenic bread. Now, I have a friend I used to go paintballing with. He's a fully trained chef, and he's brought out a book on making ketogenic desserts and puddings. And on his Facebook group the other day, he'd got a new recipe for bread. And I said, look, I'm sorry, mate, but you can't make proper bread using ketogenic recipes. And he said, yeah, I know, but this is as close as I can get. Ketogenic bread doesn't rise. You can't make a loaf of bread because you use almond flour or coconut flour. You can't use wheat flour because it's full of carbs. And you just end up with this unrisen, stodgy, lumpy crap. I've made several of them.
Sorry, farmers. I didn't mean to laugh at you. I just saw what Dora put in the side chat. It came out.
I like to eat my friends. Yes. What? Long pork? Long pig?
Yeah.
Okay to eat vegans. No problem.
Yeah, I bet
lose weight eating vegans.
Well, yeah. Grass-fed, yeah.
Grass-fed vegans, exactly.
Yeah, but
that's my favorite. Smoked.
The thing with the keto diet is they encourage you to eat full fat options. So proper milk, double cream, eggs are fine. They don't go too mad because it puts your cholesterol levels up, as I found out. Meat, lots and lots of meat. Obviously, most veg. Got to be careful on the fruit because a lot of fruit got lots of natural sugars in them.
Yeah, but you can't have burgers and sausages though, can you? Because they're full of carbs because of all the wheat they stuff into it.
You have to get the right ones. That's why you have to check the labels very carefully.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the problem is that after a while, it does get a very dull diet because, like I said, no bread, no pasta, no rice, no potato. And you actually think about what that leaves in the way of meals. think, oh, lovely curry. What are you going to have curry with? You can't have any rice.
Lose all. Look, it's really simple. If you're trying to lose weight, if you put it in your mouth and it tastes good, spit it out. Okay?
I know.
That's the problem, Blue. That's my big problem, and has been my entire life.
Yeah, I was mainly doing it for the diabetes side, getting the blood sugar levels down.
Yeah, I've done all this. I've been through all this shit. I lost 140 pounds.
Yeah.
I know how to. I know what it takes to do it.
It's not easy.
And you won't like doing what you got to do it, but yeah. And you can talk about carbs till hell freezes over. It's calories. Just count how many calories you're putting in your body. I mean, every one of them. Don't cheat. If you can control the calorie intake, you can control your weight.
Yeah, I mean, like a lot of us. I mean, my job has always involved sitting on my arse all day. So if you're not exercising, don't be putting those calories in.
Yeah, I think
you're not going to burn them. You know.
I think the fact that I'm limited in my options for burning them also doesn't help.
My father has exactly the same problem. He is fully diabetic now, and he can't walk. And his weight over the years has slowly crept up and up and up because the doctor says, well, you got to exercise. And he says, how? He's got very strong arms, but he can't walk. He literally can't walk anymore because of the other problems he's got. So how do you exercise when you're stuck in a wheelchair all day, you know?
Yeah, I think I would have to bring my calorie intake down to about, I don't know, 800 or so to lose weight.
Yeah. But the trick is then is eating stuff that fills you up. Or you can have a meal and feel full up and not snack, but at the same time it not be 2,000 or 3,000 calories worth of food.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does take some doing. And I'm guilty of comfort eating, with the things you put up through life, and you eat to cheer yourself up, and then you stand on the scales and you put on a bit more weight, and you haven't cheered yourself up at all.
Yeah. Swimming would be an option if I could get to a flipping swimming pool to go swimming.
Yeah,
tis a little difficult these days because getting to places it would take me about an hour and a half to get to a swimming pool, about an hour and a half back.
Yeah.
But I'm also limited on that's the journey time once the bus actually turns up.
Yeah.
And the times the buses turn up is also a bit of a problem. Anyway, I think we're supposed to go.
I was going to say you could always jump in the little river up the road, just drive down the boat ramp, and away you go.
Yeah, I'm not sure how well that would go for me.
Yeah. Exercise is good. Swimming's great. And it makes you feel better, and it's good for you. It is a piss poor way to try to control your weight.
Oh, Casual reckons he's lost 5 pounds in the last week. That's because you're doing all that work, Casual.
1.5 kilos.
I have to laugh at all the people that go walking. Yeah, walking makes you feel better, but you got to walk from Los Angeles to Milwaukee to get rid of one Big Mac.
I'd drive, it's quicker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exercise got to be aerobic if it's going to really do you any good. Burning calories. You got to get your heart rate up.
Carpentry's a good way to keep your weight down. If you use hand saws instead of electric saw and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
that's why I miss me paintball. That's my heart rate going every time, but of course we can't do it at the moment.
That's one of the problems with swimming, though. I would be able to swim, but getting the heart rate up while doing it would be the
that's the challenge.
The challenge with the swimming, because the rest of my joints don't work that well either. So yeah, I can swim, but I'm not going to be doing aerobic exercise while I'm swimming. Push control, yeah. Oh, did you just go through the video anyway there then, Terry?
Well, B wins.
Well, I've only seen two, not three.
I can see 3 Bs. Casual Spaceman, Eden, John.
John Rapp.
Eden's trying to be clever by using a B as a B.
Okay. B wins. Stop now.
So when you snack, instead of snacking on a carrot, snacking on a biscuit casual, you've been getting a carrot out and snacking on it then.
Celery, snack on celery.
Celery, yeah.
Actually takes, your body uses more calories trying to digest celery than celery has in it.
Yep. Oh, with a little bit of crunchy peanut butter on top.
That'd defeat the purpose.
I don't think that works.
Yeah, that'd defeat the purpose.
Yeah.
Play press.
Play press. Cool. Sounds like the start to Dark Side of the Moon.
What just happened?
We just watched the sunrise and sunset with the camera tilted so that it matches the celestial equator thingy.
Well, you need to watch it again. So it's aligned to the celestial equator. Okay.
So basically, the camera is aligned with the. The image would be upright if you were at the North Pole and upside down if you were at the South Pole. Based on this.
Yeah, that's what I was figuring it out that way.
Okay. Okay, I got it.
Although it would be not, it would be even better if the camera was actually rotated rather than rotating the video afterwards.
But it gives a good representation of how it would be if you're looking at it that way.
Yeah.
And if you're at the equator, it would be perfectly vertical then, wouldn't it?
Correct.
It doesn't help with the narrative of the Americans calling us down under, then, does it? When you're looking at it like that. Yeah, we're under.
Well, not just the Americans that call you down under, you know.
Oh, no. You too?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
you only copied the Americans.
I don't think
We
so.
didn't start that.
Well,
We didn't start
Pommy
that.
started it, did they?
Well, actually.
Yeah, we sent you down under.
Yeah.
I can blame the Poms
Do you
for
come from
starting it. Okay.
Do you come from a land down under? Is actually a line from a bloody Australian song.
Actually, some of you call us actors.
Yeah, we can't win, can we?
Nah.
I think the Canadians started it. They just blame it on everybody else.
Yeah, blame it on the Canadians. Yeah.
I'm still waiting on me back pay. I'm going to buy a car out of it.
You got a car?
I know.
Okay,
Buy another one.
last vid from this guy. Blue, can you find out where this guy's from? I never really know. Can you tell him that I asked him where's he from?
Well, hi everyone, and greetings from Northern Michigan. This is Bob the Science Guy, and today we're going to continue our series
And tell him to
of
fix his sound.
Experts Debunk the Flat Earth. Today's topic is going to be level. Here we have my triple water level. Notice that all 3 columns of water are exactly at the same level. We'll discuss why that is in a moment. Plus, it also gave me a chance to show off my new Celestron telescope. So, let's cue up the music and get back with Wolfie, Charlie, and Blue Marble Science.
Oh, I thought that was going to be loud.
Well, let's move on to the next one here. Water finds its level. What's that mean?
Well, the flat earthers like to think that level equals flat, but that's not necessarily the case, because when we fly aircraft, we fly at flight levels, and that is not a flat line, it's a curved line that curves around the earth. And basically the level simply means it's the same altitude above the ground as we fly. So if you fly a quarter of the way around the earth, you're still at the same altitude above the ground. But that flight level is not flat, and water's the same. Water has a elevation or a sea level. That's basically just like you could measure it from the center of the earth, but water finding its level does not mean that it's flat. It just finds the most efficient form based upon all the forces that is acting upon it.
Well, one of the engineers used the term equal potential.
Mm-hmm.
So equal potential energy. You familiar with that term?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Now, this water level is a good example of equal potential. Potential energy has to do with the height above the center of the earth times the force of gravity. Each of these columns is exactly the same height above the center of the earth. So, if one of the columns, say the one in the middle, was higher than the other two, it would have higher potential energy than the back 2 limbs. And what would happen is that the column of water would come down until its potential energy equaled the potential energy in each of those back 2 limbs. So the equal potential energy of the surface of the water. Now, as you say, there are other factors that can change water level.
Mm-hmm.
Gravitational attraction from the moon and the sun gives us tides, for example.
Exactly.
And if you have the misfortune to be in the eye of a hurricane in very low pressure, the water will be a little bit higher there too, won't it?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Does water actually bend? Didn't you do an interesting video the other day about bendy water?
Yeah, just had a fish tank in a rotating dais, and the water was, it was concave. The water was concave, higher at the outer edges of the tank and lower towards the center.
and that was just due to the additional centrifugal force of the rotation.
Now, as that water tank was rotating, did the fish feel the rotation?
Well, that was actually part of my video. It did not appear that they did. They were swimming around just fine. The only thing that I did notice was the orientation of the fish was matching the orientation of the surface of the water.
It's almost as if the fish were detecting the forces involved that were bending the water.
Yeah, you could say that, yeah.
Later in the video, they spin the tank with fish, and as you can see, the fish have no trouble at all swimming around normally while the tank is rotating. What is even more interesting is that the orientation of the fish changes depending upon where they are in the tank. At the center, where we simply have the force of gravity, the fish have a normal orientation. At the ends, where we have a combination of gravity and centrifugal force, they are responding to the resultant of that force. So they're basically swimming as if that direction is up and down. On the left-hand side, they're acting as if that direction is up and down.
Well, this is a slide that's not really discussed by any of the experts, so I'd like to take a minute and just address it. What is Einstein's equivalence principle? If you were to imagine sitting in a rocket and being accelerated on launch, you would be pushed back into your seat. You would feel that force of acceleration. Now, the force of acceleration due to an actual movement of the rocket is indistinguishable experimentally from the acceleration due to gravity. So, in other words, if gravity is accelerating us at 9.8 meters per second squared, and the rocket is accelerating us at 9.8 meters per second squared, we would perceive no difference between the two. We can't tell what the acceleration is coming from. We only feel the acceleration. Now, in the example of these fish, we have two accelerations. The first is the acceleration of gravity going straight down the fish tank. Then we have the acceleration due to centrifugal force, which goes out to the sides of the fish tank. The fish are simply reading the direction of that acceleration, which is why the fish on the side are at an angle, whereas the fish in the center are horizontal to the floor of the fish tank. That's also why the equal potential surface of the water in the fish tank curves like that, because it's responding to the two different forces. It's got a force of gravity going down. It's got a force from centrifugal acceleration going outward. The combination results in that curve. It's a very interesting thought experiment if you want to try and think it through.
Fish will do that. They have air bladders and other things in them that allow them to sense the direction of the force vector. Another thing that uses that are the casting of the mirrors at the University of Arizona Mirror Lab, where they actually spin the whole mold that the glass is in order to achieve an initial parabolic shape on the front surface. It vastly reduces the amount of glass that's necessary in the mold, the annealing time enormously.
So once again, just as spinning the fish tank at 1 revolution a second causes a parabol to be set up in the surface of the water in the fish tank, the same thing can be done with molten glass when you're casting a very large reflective mirror for a telescope, such as the giant Magellan telescope, which is what those mirrors were for. And by spinning them, you cause the liquid glass to come up on the edges and concave down in the middle. And by controlling the rate of the spin, you can control that dip. So you can precast the mirror in roughly the shape you're looking for. And that cuts down on the amount of grinding that you have to do, which is the purpose of having that huge rotating furnace. Water finds its level.
You bet it does.
Yep. And what exactly is that? What is level?
What is level? Level is perpendicular to the normal force, wherever you happen to be.
In other words, perpendicular to the radius of the Earth, because the normal force is the direction of gravity towards the center, right?
It is correct.
So, on a sphere, the radius lines will be at different degrees, and level will be perpendicular to all of them and move around in a curve, will it not?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Now, the other thing is when I was talking with Charlie a little bit earlier, he used an interesting term, which I'm sure you're familiar with as well, and that's equal potential.
Yeah.
So the surface of the water is equal potential, which means it's the same distance to the center of the earth. It has the same potential energy. No water's higher than other water.
Yeah, it has the same gravitational potential.
Yeah. Now, unless there's another force acting on it, such as centrifugal force or the gravitational force of the moon and sun, causing tides.
Yep.
All right. Now, have you ever seen bendy water?
Ever seen bendy water? I went to Niagara Falls one time. It looked pretty bendy. But
Yeah, it kind of bent over about 90 degrees on that, didn't it? Trying to find its potential, lowest potential energy.
Yeah. Have you ever seen bendy water? No.
Well, guys, I first became aware of the curve of the earth personally when I was about 9 or 10 years old. I was living in Florida at the time, and I remember one of my mom's friends brought a pair of binoculars to the beach, and I was looking at a ship out on the horizon. And I was trying to see the whole ship, but I noticed that there was this big bulge of water that seemed to rise up between me and the ship, and I couldn't see the bottom of it. That really kind of struck me as a pretty graphic example that we were living on a curved earth. The other time was in December of 1972, during the launch of Apollo 17. We lived about 150 miles south of Cape Canaveral, and we were listening to the launch on the radio. Now, we knew exactly the time that Saturn V cleared the tower at Cape Kennedy, and we began to look for it in the North sky. And it was a good 20 or 30 seconds before we could actually see the rocket. We thought that we had missed it, and then all of a sudden, there was an enormous flame coming up the horizon. It was really dramatic and very obvious as to what it was. But it took a good 30 seconds for that flame to appear to us. That's because in order to clear the horizon, that Saturn V had to reach an altitude of over 17,000 feet, and that's how long it took it to get up there. In our next episode, we're going to talk about a great subject. Do we see too far? Now, by the way, this is going to be a two-parter coming up because there's a lot of things that we can talk about. Everything from Al Biruni to the Black Swan. This is Bob the Science Guy signing out from Northern Michigan. Hey, make sure you hit that like and subscribe and ring the bell icon down there so you can catch the next episode of this series. I'll see you again soon and take care.
Very interesting.
Aye.
Aye.
Roger.
We can all say we
So
see.
where are we up to?
We can all say we've seen bendy fish.
Yeah.
Oh, spinning out.
Don't know who that old fart was that Bob was talking to though.
Yeah, I wonder.
Hey.
Less of the fart.
Yeah.
Don't
So
make
where
me
we-
use the God voice.
So where are we up to, Terry?
That's it.
Are we having a Pipinori before we go or not?
Yeah, we've got a pip. Hey, Blue, I'm older than Bob, so I can tell Bob what to do.
Hmm?
I said I'm older
Yeah.
than Bob. I can tell Bob what to do.
Oh, good. I gotta
Hey,
find somebody older.
Bandy.
Bandy.
It's Bandy. Good to see
Bandy.
Bandy.
What are you doing out there, Bandy?
No, he's lurking. I'm liked and subbed to Bob. He provides the best flat earth proofs ever. Oh, you can tell him that yourself next time we talk to him.
Good one, Arthur. But I'm not going to read that one out. Terry, I think you should read Arthur. I think Terry should read Arthur's last post.
There have been fossils found that are younger than. That should be blue.
Stop projecting now.
Are we going to have the piparrot? Because I'm.
Yeah.
There's things I really need to do that I can't do on stream.
Well, this is the last one. So we can say goodnight to the peanuts. See them on Wednesday night for the ancient technology. I'm not sure what we're up to, but I know we're up to something.
Good night, Peanuts.
Peanuts.
Good night, Peanuts.
Play.
Night, Peanuts.
Please play. Play.
Good night, old person.
Mr. Grady eats clean to get lean. Mr. Grady liked to eat. In fact, Mr. Grady loved to eat. But the older he got, the fatter he got. And the more he drank, the fatter he got. And the longer he was married, the fatter he got. Until his middle age spread had spread so much that he stopped wearing clothes altogether. Mr. Greedy lived in Fatland, where everyone loved their food. They liked nothing more than devouring a cheeky boona, downing a cheeky wine, and demolishing a cheeky cheese board, followed by a cheeky bottle of Gaviscon the next day. But things were changing. It all began when Mr. Small started juicing. Then Mr. Muddle read somewhere that it only took 15 minutes to get lean. So he spent 10 minutes exercising and 5 minutes posting pictures of himself in the gym. Then he got himself some personal trainers. Hashtag Mr. Men Who Lift. Hashtag I'm in the gym. Hashtag please like me. Hashtag look at my shoes. And Mr. Tickle was in the 5-2 diet. Unfortunately, he'd got it wrong and fasted for 52 days straight. He lost so much weight in such a short amount of time that his arms were now mostly loose skin. Mr. Greedy thought it was all rather silly. One day he was in the park thinking how silly it all was when he saw his friend Mr. Worry walking very quickly. 9,993, 9,994, 9,995, counted Mr. Worry. Morning, said Mr. Greedy. Don't interrupt me, said Mr. Worry. I'm counting my 10,000 steps. I read in the Daily Fearmonger that if you don't count them, it's really bad for you. All right, chuckled Mr. Greedy. Shall we have breakfast when we're done? Breakfast takes 10 years off your life, panicked Mr. Worry. I must go. And off he went again. 1, 2, 3. At least Mr. Greedy had Mrs. Greedy. Here's my jelly bean, she said as he got home. I got you a treat. Mr. Greedy peeked in the box. And what do you think he found? Black Forest Gateau? Jam donuts? Chocolate eclairs? Courgette cake. Why would she get him something so green? Mr. Greedy had strong views on vegetables masquerading as cakes. Had she been brainwashed too? Surely not. Come to think of it, she'd been hiding the biscuit tin, and she'd been leaving gym leaflets around the house, And she did keep talking about her colleague, Mr. Perfect, who cycled everywhere and still had all his own hair. Was she trying to tell him something? He was sure it was fine and she wasn't having an affair, but just to be on the safe side, he decided to become an irresistible muscle-bound god. Luckily, just at that moment, he saw an advert for Mr. Strong's boot camp. Are you getting fat, old and bald? Does your tummy have so many rolls you could open a bakery? Sign up to Mr. Strong's boot camp and get square in no time. So Mr. Greedy went to boot camp, which for absolutely no reason started at 6 a.m. on a Saturday. Boot camp starts with protein, shouted Mr. Strong. 73 raw egg later, all Mr. Greedy had done was a load of burpees and been sick on the floor. Keep going, bellowed Mr. Strong. Don't you want to be able to tie a knot in an iron bar? Not really. What's the point? Said Mr. Greedy. Because Mr. Strong fell silent. For the first time in his life, he questioned his entire existence. Then he quickly overcompensated by pushing over a tree and yelling testosterone. The only pounds Mr. Greedy had lost were the 350 he'd spent on the boot camp joining fee. At least I tried, he shrugged. Heading home, he bumped into Mr. Perfect, who was busy doing squats. Mr. Perfect had perfect hair, a perfect smile, and perfectly fitting cycle shorts that revealed a lot about him. He stood up and appeared to be holding something he'd deposited while squatting. Energy ball, he said. No thanks. Mr. Greedy was greedy, but even he had limits. After begrudgingly sponsoring Mr. Perfect 50 quid for tough Mr. Mudder, Mr. Greedy decided to give fitness one more go. He went to see little Miss Somersault. She was busy balancing an interior design business, raising 6 gifted children, teaching yoga, and building her lifestyle brand, Clean Living Guru. I treat my body like a temple, which means I clean everything, said little Miss Somersault as she cleaned Mr. Greedy from top to his bottom. You simply buy food that is whole, unprocessed, and direct from the health food shop. Okay, said Mr. Greedy. And then you put it in the dishwasher, said little Miss Somersault, just to make sure it's extra clean. She was just on a call from one of her many celebrity clients when all of a sudden she cocked her leg in the air and bent over backwards. Are you all right? Asked Mr. Greedy. I'm fine, she replied. I'm just doing the upward-facing farting dog. Nothing was working. He even tried calling in on Mr. Clumsy, who had recently gone gluten-free, but it wasn't a good time. What's the matter? Said Mrs. Greedy at dinner that evening. You haven't touched your fava beans. Mr. Greedy explained how he had been trying to lose weight so that she'd fancy him again. Fancy you? Of course I fancy you, she said. And then Mrs. Greedy explained that she'd been trying to lose weight so that he'd fancy her again. Fancy you? Of course I fancy you, he said. So we both fancy each other, they both said together. And with that, Mrs. Greedy chucked the fava beans in the bin and hugged Mr. Greedy's roly-poly tummy. Then Mrs. Greedy had a splendid idea to make them both feel better. She invited Mr. and Mrs. Giant from next door round for dinner. And do you know, from that day to this, Mr. Greedy never felt big again. So if you're as greedy as Mr. Greedy, you know what to do, don't you? Find some bigger friends. The end.
Oh, so that's
very good.
So that's your lot. Thanks, Scott. Thanks, Farmer. Thanks, Alan. Thanks, 530 subs now. Thanks, Huey. Thanks, Big Blue. Thanks, Gravity. Elmo, sorry. Night Peanuts. Oh, who have we got in the Peanuts? Dora, Casual, Sean, Arthur, Sean.
I'm going to get sub envy soon.
Who else do we have? John, Bandy, Dora, Night, guys.
Room.
Later, Peanuts.
Good night, everybody.
See ya.
Bye.